Thanks for joining us on the second day of this conference organized by the Forum for Research on Eastern Europe and Emerging Economies, the FREE network, and within the program of the Forum for Research on Gender Economics. My name is Michał Myk. I am the director of the Center for Economic Analysis in Szczecin, and the FREE network is a combination, a network of institutes in Central and Eastern Europe, coordinated by the Stockholm Institute of Transition Economics in Sweden. The institutes that make up the network have their sites in Moscow, Riga, Minsk, Kiev, Tbilisi, Szczecin, and Stockholm, of course. And as you can imagine, the Russian invasion of February of last year has shaken the way we operate. In particular, has had implications for our friends and colleagues in Kiev, who have been doing amazing work since then, and as a result of the ongoing tragedies, could not join us here in Warsaw. We all hope that some of them will join us online, and that eventually we will all be able to meet in Kiev after victory and peace arrives there. We have, within the program of research on gender economics, we've done some work on the gender implications of war and terror. We've also written a report on the gender dimension of the future reconstruction, and you can find these reports online on our website. But today we continue discussing the implications of societal and structural constraints for inequalities in academia. And I am really pleased and very happy to welcome two of our invited lecturers, Carlo Schwarz from Bocconi University and Sarah Smith from University of Bristol, who will kick us off today. I saw Carlos' presentation at the conference in Milan last year, and I thought that if we ever do a conference on gender economics, that would be a perfect start for the discussion, as it gives a really unique look at the background to our discussions. We've known each other with Sarah Smith for a while, and a few years ago we were discussing her involvement in the gender aspects of academia within the field of economics. And I think her involvement and a lot of initiatives that have been taking place at the Real Economic Society and in the UK generally, but also at the European Economic Society and within the discipline, to correct the state of affairs in economics are extremely important and interesting, and also have a lot of implications for other disciplines, and I think will be a good reference point for future further discussions during the day. So we will start with the two lectures, each of about 40 minutes, maybe 5 minutes for questions. Then there will be a coffee break. And we will continue with panel discussions, interrupted with a lunch break, which is just outside the door. So please, let's get started. Please welcome Carlo Schwarz with the first lecture.
I presume I can use this remote eventually. Good. Yeah. While we're getting the slides hopefully ready. Perfect. Thanks a lot for inviting me in this beautiful location. It's of course not my first time in Warsaw, but it's always a pleasure to be back. And I was really surprised how much the city has changed. And it's always great basically to participate in conferences that really focused on one issue where you have really bring like-minded people together. So the title of the presentation today, and also the title of the paper I've written together with my two co-authors, Fabian Waldinger and Alessandro Iaria, is gender gaps in the academia, global evidence over the 20th century. And basically we started this project because I think it's not surprising, or nobody in this room would be surprised, that at the beginning of the 20th century, there were hardly any women, neither in academia nor in most high-skilled professions around the globe. And here basically is a famous picture from the 1927 FROGEE Conference. It's famous because 17 of the 29 attendees either had won the Nobel Prize or went on to win the Nobel Prize in later years. So you see, for example, Albert Einstein here in the middle. But the most famous scientist in this group actually is Marie Curie, basically as a lone woman who we have highlighted here in this picture. And so we are doing, of course, slightly better today, and also in this room, of course, the female representation has slightly increased. But of course, even looking at today, I've been at conferences where the gender representation looked very much similar to this photo. So the question we started with is really, so how did women for the first time enter academia? How basically the gender representation evolved? And we really wanted to bring novel data at really a truly global scale. So we embarked on a vast data collection process. So this project now, it really started before 2014. So when I actually started my master's in the University of Warwick, and basically we still are adding data and improving the data. So what we have done is we digitized the so-called Minerva Jahrbuch der gelehrten Welt, which provides the most comprehensive census of university academics in the world for basically the period from 1900 until 1969. So you see the books here that got published in several volumes and cohorts. So we have the years 1900, 1914, 1925, 38, 56, and then 69. And basically in total, these data cover over 500,000 academics. And as you see, like in general, we cover all disciplines. We cover over 7,000 universities. So for comparison, the Shanghai ranking, which is famously used to rank universities, only covers around 2,500. So it is truly like an enormous feat of these authors of these books, basically to have collected so many universities, even at like these early periods. We have over 130 countries in our data, and now to also have some data on recent cohorts, we supplemented this information that were in these books that then unfortunately got discontinued in 1969 with information from university websites for the year 2000. And then we have augmented them with publication data. And this really allows us now to really do our analysis, and hopefully you will find basically the findings we provide in this paper interesting. I will say a bit more about the data and who is inside and the findings we have. Given that really this was a 10-year data collection effort as of basically today, I also want to include this slide basically because we had over 40 excellent research assistants who made this project possible, who really spent a lot of time hand-checking this data. This slide is to thank basically these 40 research assistants and then our two research managers, Lena Kreska and Sebastian Hager, with whom we are also working now on follow-up projects with the same data set. And just to be clear, the hope is that we eventually will make this data available to everyone, basically once this paper gets published. And then basically, hopefully everybody will be able to analyze it, look at specific countries or specific case studies they are interested in based on this very large database. Good. Then, just to, in typical economics fashion, just to give you an outlook of hopefully what I will manage to cover now in the coming 40 minutes. So what we will analyze, and I think what is also the unique quality of our data, is that we are able to analyze gender gaps along very different dimensions. So we can first analyze gender gaps in hiring. So how many women get hired in academia at all? And we really start off with like a female share of around 1%. And this 1%, basically, of course, there are not that many women. We can look them up individually. And in nearly all cases, these are the first women who ever got hired in academia in the respective countries. And basically, we will see some examples later. This share goes up to around 6.6% in 1969 and then reaches 17% by 2000 for basically the subjects we will look at. So of course, basically we are nowhere near to equal representation there in these subjects yet. But what is even more interesting is that we observe vast differences by country, discipline, and also universities that are not easily explained basically just by basically general attitudes or other factors you could have in mind. Secondly, since we observe basically academics whether they publish or not, we can then also look at gender gaps in publication, and we will document again large gender gaps in publication, which follow a U shape, which basically we coined like the gender U, and we provide like a selection model that can rationalize this pattern over time. Thirdly, we will basically investigate gender gaps in citations, and here the good news is that this is one of the gender gaps that actually is closing over time. And we see this even holds basically when we introduce a novel machine learning algorithm that allows us to predict the citations we would expect the paper to receive if it had been written by a man. And basically this is like one of the controls we can include in our equation. And lastly, we will look at gender gaps in promotions. Also, these are closing in the last cohort at least. But at the beginning of this data, basically these gender gaps in promotion are extremely large. So the gender gap in promotion in the earlier cohorts is larger than a 5 standard deviation worse publication record. So in other words, women would need like a 5 standard deviation better publication record to have the same promotion probability than men basically in these earlier cohorts. So now after the outlook, let me spend a few minutes talking a bit about the data and what is inside and how these things look like. So it might be a bit small, but on the right-hand side, you see now here a picture. This is how these pages look. So this is Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University. And then here we have the list of basically the professors, and basically they are listed sometimes by department. We get their position and basically we get their name, and then they always have like a specialization attached to it. So what we did and why it took so long is we OCR'd these pages, then basically ran some algorithm on top of it to turn this slightly unstructured data into a data set, which then was basically individually hand-checked by the RAs to avoid typos and OCR errors. And so as mentioned, we have about 500,000 observations, and unfortunately the job was then not done. So once we had extracted all this data, and we had to do like a lot of manual enhancements. So first, there are nearly 4,000 positions in this data. So in, in the UK, it's lecturer, reader, professor. In Germany, there are only full professors, or then there are außerordentliche Professoren. And basically, so given the global scale of our data, we had over 4,000 different positions, which we then recoded into assistant, associate, and full professor. We also have other positions in our data. Furthermore, given how finely grained the specializations are, so like basically the one specialization here, for example, is practical astronomy, we had over 100,000 specializations, which we also had to recode by hand into like subjects like physics and chemistry that you would easily recognize. And of course, we had to do this in many different languages, given that basically the languages in the book are based on the languages these universities reported in. We also had to match universities over time to create a unique university identifier. We also have academic identifiers that allow us to match academic across cohorts, and this is what we're going to use to analyze promotions. Then for several academics, sometimes these books only list their initials, so that makes it hard to infer their gender. So we had like an extensive data search effort to really get the full names of academics in our data. We gender-coded academics, and I already spoke with some people yesterday that turned also out to be a lot harder than we thought, given that as soon as you move out of the European context, you are really struggling to assign gender based on names, and even algorithms often perform very poorly, so we put a lot of effort into that. And last but not least, then we augmented these data on academics with publication data from the Web of Science, so we can also say something about the basically publication and citation outcomes in our data, at least for the sciences so far. The reason why we focus on the sciences, in case somebody is interested, is because the sciences are one of the few subjects that even in 1900 had like the habit of publishing in the same journals. Nature and Science basically were always basically seen as good outlets, and basically the work of influential scientists was published in these outlets. If we think about economics, the American Economic Review was only founded in 1911, if I'm not mistaken, but economists still wrote a lot of books. So like John Maynard Keynes, basically like a theory is still published as a book. And in sociology, even today, like a lot of work is just published in books, and philosophy even more so. So in these disciplines, it's just very hard to really get at comprehensive publication data. For the sciences, this is less of a problem. That's why we started with them. Maybe eventually, given how long my career hopefully still is, we will eventually get to adding more publication data inside. So then just to briefly mention how we got the 2000 data. So there we focus on a sample of around 250 prestigious universities. So these are not only the 250 highest ranked universities in the world. We basically, given we wanted to have some global coverage, we basically had some trade-off between including highly ranked universities, but we also wanted to maximize a bit the country coverage. So in the end, we settled on universities in 35 countries. So for example, the Humboldt University in Berlin in 1900 probably was the most influential university of its time. It isn't, unfortunately, anymore, but nonetheless, we, of course, felt like it's important to also include this historic perspective, and therefore settled on like a slightly different set. And then we collected the disciplines mathematics, chemistry, and biochemistry. And what we did is basically we went to the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive, went to the website of this department, and then basically downloaded the information from these department websites. So this gives us now then basically, it's similar to the approach these books use to get this data. We now create department lists based on this university website data. Eventually, we also want to do this for 2020 in the same way to really get also an even more contemporaneous snapshot, but this is still work in progress. So then, just to give you a bit of an idea of who is in this data, and like given that I'm an economist, it's always nice to include at least one economist in the data. So in our 1900 cohort, we observe Alfred Marshall, of course, who is very much famous for the Marshallian equilibrium. And here you see the book page where it's listed basically on these pages of Minerva. Then I already mentioned her. In 1914, you observe Marie Curie at the Université de Paris. And like already her life story tells us a lot about like the hurdles basically women face to enter academia. So what might not be known is that Marie Curie, despite having actually won a Nobel Prize together with her husband, was not granted a position at university. Only after her husband tragically died in an accident with a chariot, the University of Paris generously decided to finally give her a position just 2 years before she actually won her second Nobel Prize. And also like another interesting factoid, despite having won 2 Nobel Prizes and her husband being deceased, she's still listed as Madame Pierre Curie. And that's also how she published most of her papers. We were basically, at least it just basically, it's these type of stories that really motivated us to dig even deeper. So just another example, in 1925, we observe Niels Bohr, who's of course famous for the Bohr model of the atom, and basically worked in Copenhagen. Then in 1938, we observe actually Marie Curie's daughter, who basically followed her mother's footsteps, also worked on the topic of radioactivity, and eventually won the Nobel Prize in chemistry, and actually was the second woman to win a Nobel Prize in the natural sciences. Further then, in 1956, we observe Gerty Cori, who is the third woman to win a Nobel Prize in the sciences and the first woman to win a Nobel Prize in medicine. So together with her husband, she did work on the metabolism and basically the so-called Cori cycle. And also in her life story, even though she was clearly very talented, like many universities refused to hire her, in the end, the only place she and her husband could get hired together was the Washington University, but her husband got hired as a full professor, she as a research associate. And then 1969, we observe Marie Goeppert-Meyer, who also basically is the second woman to win the Nobel Prize, more or less, right 60 years after Marie Curie in physics. But also she had a lot of trouble getting hired, despite the fact clearly being very talented. And only with 54, she finally got a full professor position at the University of San Diego, just 10 years, almost 10 years after she had already done the work for which she would eventually go on to win the Nobel Prize. And then last but not least, in 2000, just another example, we can of course, there are 500,000 people in this database, so we can only show a few examples, but then Frances H. Arnold, who basically also is a Nobel Prize winner from Caltech, who has done a lot of work basically on enzymes, and then I think in 2020 won basically the Nobel Prize in medicine and biology, or in chemistry, I think, so, apologies for that, in chemistry. Good, so just to round up the data and then basically to also make clear what we're going to show you. So in total, we have created 3 samples in our data. So the first sample includes all universities from 1900 until 1969 and all subjects. So this is purely based on these Minerva books and all the people we have digitized in this database. Then we have a second sample which also goes under 1969, but now is restricted to the disciplines math, chemistry, and biochemistry, for which we have merged this Web of Science data to our database. And last but not least, we have the sample of prestigious universities that are basically, so this is an additional subset of sample 2, but for this subset, we can then go until the early 2000s. And we are going to then see like different graphs dependent on basically each setting, and the sample will always be indicated at the top of the slides in case basically it becomes relevant. So let's get started then with gender gaps on hiring. So this is now again sample 1, how is the female share evolving over time? And we really basically indicating the first slides, we will start around at 1%. And then the share is slowly increasing to around maybe slightly above 8% by 1969. And we see that, and this is like a pattern that consistently holds across the data, and that's also motivating then why we investigate promotion gaps. The gender gaps in hiring are consistently larger for full professors than basically for the sample of all academics. So while it's already hard to get into academia, or there basically is a huge difference between men and women, we really see that basically it's even harder than to become a full professor in the end. Then this is now for sample 3, so the sample of prestigious universities, where we now can add this 2000 data point. And the first interesting thing is basically it's harder to see if you don't look at it, but in this prestigious university, so let's think Harvard, MIT, the share of female professors is consistently lower than in the overall sample. So it seems to be even, it's not like that these prestigious universities are at the forefront of hiring women. It rather seems that they for a long time seems to have been lacking behind these overall basically academic institutions. And then we really also see that now since 1969, even so we never get to full equality. Basically, if we continue these lines, we would have to wait probably for several hundred years. We also see that a lot more has happened between 1969 and 2000 than has happened from 1900 until basically the 1970s. So really what to take from this is at least that a lot more basically increases in representation have taken place again in the past, but again far more for basically the overall sample of scientists and less for the sample of full professors. Then also to provide you some cross-country trends. So what we have done here is now just, again, this is sample 1, where we split now by country. And what we see here is very interesting that, so there are a lot of countries that are actually at 0 in the beginning, and the one country that is slightly above 0, or like at around 5% in 1900 is actually the United States. And the United States also consistently stays above basically most of these other countries here. The other blue line is the United Kingdom, so the other Anglo-Saxon country, where we really see that also on average, the US has a higher share of female academics than any other country in the world for this period. And the US also has the majority of female academics in the world. So of all female academics we observe, most of them are in the United States, while countries with like German-style university systems really lag behind, especially Germany, Austria, also Scandinavian countries like Sweden don't or look very terrible in this graph. Then when we extend this now to basically later periods, we really see that now until 2000, the US really loses its lead. So while it was doing very well even in the prestigious universities, the increase until 69 has been more muted, and we see that other countries now have overtaken basically the US in representation. One interesting outlier is Japan, who started around 0 and more or less even at the end of the 20th century still remains at 0. So while Japan didn't look that weird at the beginning of the 20th century, now by the end we really see that gender norms don't seem to have changed that much in this country. Good. So after this brief overview of the hiring gaps, I want to come to the publication gaps. So what we do here is like a classic Mincer type regression, where we have the publications of individual I in department D at time t in our regressions, and then we will always combine two cohorts and estimate like the impact of a female indicator. So this should tell us what is the average difference in publication gaps of a female academic, and we will always control for experience and then increasingly restrictive number of fixed effects. So this is again, so we now here start directly with sample 2, as for sample 1 we do not have publication data for all academics, but what you see immediately is that we have large and statistically significant gender gaps. So this is in absolute number of publications, while this one is in standardized publications. So on average we observe throughout our period really that the gender gaps in publication is around 0.3 standard deviations. And it also seems like, just glancing at this figure, and I will say more about it, it doesn't look like that much it's shrinking, and it holds independent whether we use cohort, discipline, country fixed effects, department fixed effects, or even cohort times department fixed effects. There's of course always a debate whether you actually want to include department fixed effects, because that is actually, if you have a department that never hires a woman, you're actually taking this variation out once you're including department fixed effects, and thereby you might underestimate the actual extent of gender gaps. But in our setting, it only slightly narrows these gaps, even with these very stringent fixed effects. And now we can do the same exercise for sample 3. And what we actually see here is that even in 2000, in line with some of the evidence we have seen in these other papers yesterday, these gender gaps still persist even in our most recent cohort. And plotting these coefficients over time, we actually found this interesting pattern. So this is now really splitting our cohorts apart, again for the prestigious universities only. So what we see is that, okay, we actually start off with a publication gap of around 0, and then this gap appears to widen until 1969, and then only more recently seems to close. So this is like the U-shaped pattern I've hinted at in my introduction. And this, at least to us at first, was slightly surprising, because so on the one hand we found that gender gaps seem to narrow when it comes to hiring. So same time, women appear to do worse and worse when it comes to basically publishing, or relative to their male peers. And again, this is might seem surprising, because we also had the evidence on like the citation and promotion gaps, both of which are also narrowing, which made this evidence even more puzzling. So we thought long and hard about it, and in the end really came up with like the following Roy model. So like it's this, like what we're now going to describe in the end is a story of selection. So like these Roy models, what they incorporate is that there's selection on unobservable things, or things we cannot observe in our data in the hiring stage. And then there can be gender biases in the hiring stage that are time varying. And then there can be gender biases in the publication stage. So in these void models, these bias terms are just completely general. They can capture discrimination, they capture any other form of bias. Basically, we do not take a strong stance here, given that a lot of effects basically are unobservable. But what this void model allows us to describe is, or model, is the indirect effect of the selection at the hiring stage, and basically then the effect this indirect selection has basically on the second stage outcome, which is the publication. Because if you're not hired, then of course we also will not observe your publication. And then we estimate this model, and we can show that this is able to reproduce this basically U-shaped. And the argument we make is that there are two counter effects that work against each other. So the first one is the selection effect. So as we have basically all the examples hopefully highlighted, in the beginning of the 20th century, only the most talented women had any chance of getting hired. So even Marie Curie, you had the Nobel Prize, even then you could not get hired. So of course, once you then actually get hired, you will be a lot better than your male peers, because if all the women we hire have Nobel Prizes, we basically, on average, then basically we get to like a gender gap that is more or less zero, even if there's massive discrimination against women then in the publication market. So once basically you start hiring, you now don't only hire Nobel Prize winners, but there's still persistent discrimination in the publication market, we would expect these publication gaps eventually to widen. And that's basically what basically we see in this data, and like in the paper, there's a lot more evidence that shows this across countries, across subjects. Again, basically in the interest of time, I've taken it out. But then the second effect that's in, basically, which we call the empowerment effect, is that once these female share, of course, increases beyond very low levels, then we see basically, on the one hand, there might be less discrimination in the publication market. There might be also better co-authorship opportunities for women. There might be like a lot of other things, basically, that change in the system overall that improves the publication outcomes of women. And then in the long run, really can bend basically these publication gap upward again, and basically bring it closer to zero. Of course, given that we are nowhere near a 50% representation here, we might also, it would be surprising if basically this publication gap would have completely narrowed even by 2000. So much about basically these publication gaps. To follow on then with the gaps in citations. So here I want to, again, basically the question is going to look very similar. I just want to highlight basically this novel approach for the control of the research topic. So it's always a challenge, like if you estimate a Mincer regression, you somehow want to take into account that like a development economist will always get more citation in economics than economics theorist. So if for whatever reason women do topics that receive fewer citations, then basically technically you want to take this into account if it is a voluntary choice. If the topic receives fewer citations because women are doing it, then it of course becomes endogenous again, and we wouldn't basically want to basically control for it. And that's basically the challenge you always face when estimating these Mincer regressions. So the idea we came up with is the following. So taking insights from machine learning, and we have seen other applications in yesterday, we can come up with methods that allow us to predict the citations a paper should receive based on the words that are mentioned in the title. So we only have, we don't have the abstracts, unfortunately, so we use the words in the title. So this title should give us a fairly good idea of what the paper is actually about. And then we can train a model that is able to tell us, okay, based on the words in the title, how many citations should this paper receive? And now to get around this endogeneity problem that this model might internalize biases against women. So if women work in development and then development therefore gets fewer citations, if you now train the model on papers written by women, this model will internalize biases, and there's a huge literature on biases and AI algorithms, so that would lead to problems. So what we do is we train this model exclusively on papers that are written by men, and then do the predictions basically for the women in our sample. So what this is then basically giving us is a prediction of, based on the words in the title, how many citations would we have expected this paper to get if really it had been written by a team that is exclusively male, and therefore this model should hopefully not internalize these biases. The prediction model then in the end is very simple. On the one reason because our data, since we only have the title, so we don't have that much information to work with. So we just use like a ridge regression, so like with some penalty term here, based on the unigrams and bigrams in the titles. The other advantage of this is that these coefficients of these models are very nicely interpretable. So we could have done something more complex with embeddings, but then these embedding vectors get very hard to interpret, while in our case, what we can always plot are these nice word clouds, where the size of the word now represents the size, or so how important a word is for basically citation. So the bigger the word appears here, if you mention this word in your title, the more citations you will likely to get. This is now just for chemistry in the early 2000s. We have done this, we show the word clouds in the paper for all subjects and all years, and overall very intuitive pattern emerged. So just to highlight in this word cloud two important words. So on the one hand, you see here LiFePO. We were first a bit confused, okay, what is that? This is lithium iron phosphorus. So this is like one of the key ingredients in lithium batteries, basically, which were very much developed and developing in the early 2000s. So any of these batteries that are now in our fancy electric cars and phones, basically go back to this type of compound. Similarly, slightly smaller here in the top corner, we see organocatalyst or catalytic. So these words are stemmed. So this is basically like another basically Nobel Prize winning idea, which I think received the Nobel Prize in chemistry in 2021 for organic materials that can be used as a catalyzer basically in chemical reactions. So, and we do this for any year. Usually these, they're really changing over time and seem to capture important scientific ideas that emerged around this time. Good. Then also to show you that this method is not just picking up just random variation, it's really picking up some of these citation patterns. So what we show here is a bin scatter plot, where we now plot the number, or basically the predicted citations versus the actual citations. And you see that basically we do a pretty good job, and you will see how much this predicted citation control actually increases the R squared in our regressions. So what we will include is like a quadratic fit, which is basically the red line here in our data. We have done other experiments with like percentiles of these predicted citations. Overall, it does not make much difference for the results. So here and then basically our predicted citation results for sample 2. We also always report like bootstrap standard errors. That's basically what is here shown in these squared brackets. And so again, in the beginning of the 20th century, we really observe large, basically, citation gaps. So conditional on getting published, a paper written by with a woman as a co-author received on average like nearly a third of, or a quarter of, more than a quarter of standard deviation fewer citations. And then in column 2, 4, and 6, we additionally include our predicted citation controls. So just this first regression has an R squared of 0.002. With predicted citations, the R squares jumps to above 0.44. So we really take out a lot of the variation that basically can explain citation differences. But in the end, this hardly influences the magnitudes of our estimate. So it shrinks from 0.28 to 0.26. So it doesn't make much of a difference despite the explanatory power of basically our prediction algorithm. And we really, basically this is like a pattern that holds consistently across these samples. But what you can also see here is that these gender gaps in 1955, but then even in 1969 and 56, we already observe a slight shrinking. And then actually, once we look in our sample 3, where we now have the 2000 data, like now here, at least based on our data, these citation gaps have shrunken tremendously, now to around 2% of the standard deviation, and not statistically significant anymore in these overall sample of prestigious universities for all the 270,000 basically papers that we are analyzing in this data set. Good. Then last but not least, so also I stay on time. I want to talk about the gender gaps in promotion. So the question should look very familiar here now. The only difference is now for promotions, we can again control for the publication and citation record of individual scientists. Again, this is all again like a bit contentious, because if there's biases in publication, then if you control for publications, this will bias the gender gaps downwards incorrectly. So we start off with specifications without these controls, but then in the end it's like, yeah, it should give us, in the worst case, it should give us a lower bound that with gender bias in publishing and citation, a woman who receives the same or has the same number of publications and citations, if anything, should be more qualified than her male counterparts in our data. So here again, this is now for sample 1, and we see again large gender gap. So this is basically, given that this is an indicator variable, basically women have around like a 25% worse chance of getting promoted. Basically in our sample, and again basically including additional fixed effects does not make much of a difference. And more interestingly than in sample 2, we really can include our control for the publications here. And that's basically the publication effect. So having a standard deviation higher publications increases your promotion probability by around 6 percentage points. But this stands relative to a gender gap in promotions of around 0.334, basically here in like these last cohort, and also like very large gender gaps in these previous cohorts. So it really, basically it really tells us that it would be very hard to offset this gender gap in promotions just by publishing more to basically any reasonable extent. And then last but not least, we have these results for our sample 3 again. Here the main interest column of interest is again like what happens in 2000, where we again see that this gender gap appears to have narrowed and is now closer to 0. Again, just to be completely transparent, the caveat here is of course that we are looking at a different time period of nearly 30 years from basically start to end, and not basically like more or less 14-year periods. But unfortunately, there's no internet website we could collect for the middle of the 1980s. So that's basically why we are probably will be stuck with this gap in our data here in the middle. Good. Then to briefly conclude, I think what should we take away from this, and or what I hope you take away from this analysis, and we can of course talk about more things than in the panel. So on the one hand, we saw drastic changes in these gender gaps over time, and in particular, some countries really have improved. So just to highlight one, Sweden is a positive example. Sweden on average considered a more gender equal or pretty gender equal country these days, but it started off terrible, like one of the worst countries in our data. Further, not all dimensions of gender gaps really are equal. Some basically persist easily into the 20th century and don't seem to go anywhere, or basically progress has slowed, while others actually we appear to have made a lot of progress, and they're basically, we should also be aware of that. And last but not least, I think a thing that's always important to keep in mind is that these gender gaps do not exist in a vacuum. So like they will always be interconnected. So in the beginning of our data, women were not allowed to vote. They were not allowed to usually work outside of their house without the consent of their husband. They were not allowed to attend university in Germany. They were also not allowed to like do a PhD. So of course these gender gaps then will trickle down to the hiring process, and then after hiring, basically hiring will influence publications, then basically additional gender biases in publications and citations will basically influence these other gaps. But we always have to be careful to analyze them together and understand basically at which point in the process these gaps are coming in. And we should be aware that like discrimination in an earlier stage potentially can basically offset discrimination in a later stage. So like if somebody ran this publication gap regressions in 1900 and said, women publishing as much as men, so problem solved, no discrimination in the publication market, it would of course have been a very misleading conclusion, and the same holds true today. And I think based in the discussion we can of course talk a bit more about that, but otherwise I very much thank you for your attention. I close here, and of course happy to take any questions that remain.
Thanks a lot, Carlo. It's fascinating and a wonderful story through the 20th century. Before we move to questions, we have a few minutes for that. As a Polish academic, when you hear the name Marie Curie, your brain tells you that there's something missing because she's Marie Curie Skłodowska for us. So just a note for future presentations to give credit to give credit to her family and her maiden name. Questions from the floor. Comments.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. Super interesting. I'm wondering about Soviet science or Eastern Europe. Do you have that separately? And
yeah, so unfortunately not. Basically, I think we briefly touched on that yesterday. So like the one big gap, like so we have surprisingly good coverage even for China and India and like also all the British colonies. But the entire Eastern Bloc is really dropping out of the data with the Communist Revolution of 1918. So they're already from 1925. Like it would be very much interesting, but we are not aware of any comparable data source even for this Eastern Bloc we could make use of. That's basically why we are slightly stranded there and cannot, unfortunately, analyze it separately. But yeah. Again, there are several other interesting case studies in our data, but the Soviet bloc, of course, would have been fascinating. We, of course, might have a chance again now in the 2000s, we can add them again, like in the current time and see how they are looking there. For example, also Eastern Germany is dropping out of our data for this time period. I think some universities remain somehow, but a lot of them just disappear and are not any longer covered in these books, presumably because they just refuse to respond to the authors of this book.
So it's just a fascinating and very interesting overview. So one thing we know about a lot of prestigious universities, particularly in Anglo-Saxon countries, US, UK, is that they were gender segregated. And I was just wondering, to what extent do you think that having sort of female universities and male universities both sort of explain the US's early lead and then maybe can account for some of the longer term patterns that you see? And to what extent do you think that that this is kind of an issue to do the institutional context in which sort of academia is conducted in each of these countries?
I think they certainly play an important role. I think you are really touching on the important subject that in the US and the UK, basically there were these all-female colleges or women's colleges in the US, where a lot of these female academics then also reside. But of course, the presence of these colleges always is telling us something about the university system of this country. So in Germany, women were literally forbidden from doing a PhD. So basically, in our data also, we have several of the women who were the first women who got a PhD in Germany, but these were actually not German women. These are basically people from abroad, very rich, royalty from the UK. Basically, apparently could give them enough money, so they were willing to grant her PhD positions. But these clearly play a role in the beginning of our data. And then I think there's this recent AER paper from now, basically, which analyzes the impact of the universities going co-educational eventually over the 20th century on then basically scientific progress. I think this clearly plays a role. Again, I think the main point is that the pure presence of these universities and these institutions already tells us something that somehow women should go to university, at least was something these countries even considered possible in this setting.
Until after the Second World War, and that was largely due to Alfred Marshall and his opposition to female graduation. So.
I think this is a fair point. Again, basically, this is opposed to a lot of change. Of course, also Cambridge and Oxford, which of the two required the academics to be celibate for a long time? So it's really yes, it is again basically it is not that the most elite universities are naturally the most progressive, and sometimes it rather seems the opposite.
Yeah. Thank you, Carlo, for helping us closing the gap in data that we have to study gender gap. So I was wondering if for both publication and promotion, there are any complementary data that can help explaining, so maybe part of the gap is due to the fact that there was lack of women in the editorial board for publication and department and hiring board on the other hand. Now, I know that you cannot see this in the data, but maybe there are other
So very fair question. I think, like, again, basically, we are very much aware that this paper might open up more questions than answers, because, like, again, like, it's always like, okay, yeah, we have like several thousand journals, so like, okay, now do we start collecting the editorial boards for these journals? I think it would be fascinating to see. At the beginning of the century, we can be absolutely sure there are no women editorial boards, and it will take a long time for them to make it there. It certainly will play an important role of basically, again, basically, it just, as soon as you try to do anything at a global scale, basically just a data collection effort for these journals basically becomes prohibitive. You would have to go through the old journals and basically get the journal reports and find basically these people in this, or like, yeah, the editorialists there. So that's basically why we have not done it. But I think what our main focus is in the moment, just to give you an outlook, is we of course want to extend the set of subjects. On the one hand, we want to get a current 2020 cross-section, which we hopefully can agree upon is still more or less the present. And then basically we want to extend the range of subjects we actually have. So for until 1969, that's relatively easy because we can just merge more of the Web of Science data in. Technically, we can also basically merge Microsoft Academic Graph or like publication data from any other source. Basically, you just basically you have to merge on name. If you have a location, you can merge on the university and then the field. So that's basically how these merge algorithms usually work. So in the end, we hope, of course, to basically include more and more publication data here so that we even can study other fields. And that's basically what we are, I think, putting our main focus on. But again, I think what is nice about this data and also for follow-up projects, you can then really easily just say, okay, now I focus on the US and I get some editorial board data, and then basically we analyze how the editorial boards are influencing things in this very nicely controlled setting. So like, just to give you an idea, in one of the follow-up projects, we look at the introduction of the Science Citation Index. So it's like this compendium, which eventually became the Web of Science, where we can really analyze now, okay, now for the first time, citations are actually observable. So in case you have wondered why, maybe going back, I have to go through all the way to the slides here. At the end here in the promotion regressions, why actually citations do not seem to matter that much after controlling for publications is because citations actually were not observable until the late 1960s, where the Science Citation Index for the first time actually compiled citation counts of scientists for the first time. And that's basically what we're analyzing in this other project, but then again, exclusively for the United States.
Okay, we have to close it there. Thank you very much once again. And I would like to invite Sarah Smith now to give us an overview of what's happening in economics in terms of the gender inequalities.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to talk to you today. So like Carlo, I'm going to do a review, but of a slightly different nature. So I took my brief as looking at gender inequalities in economics and some of the possible causes and some of the initiatives that have taken place to try to address them. So I don't need to sort of explain to an audience like this why we care about promoting diversity. So I particularly like this quote from Janet Yellen, who points out that promoting diversity is not just a matter of fairness and equality, but is actually about improving the science, and in the case of economics, making economics fit to face the challenges of society. So I guess we're looking at whether we're able to do what Janet Yellen wants us to do and to attract the best people and the best ideas to economics and to science. So I'm going to talk mainly about economics. I'm also going to present some data from the UK. I think, though, economics shares many problems that are common with sciences more generally, and hopefully the insights will be more widely useful. So I think any initiative to promote diversity has to start with data. So the data are important both to identify and document the problem. And I think a lot of progress has been made in sort of measures to promote diversity by continually highlighting the lack of diversity and the lack of equality between men and women in economics. So we heard yesterday quite a lot about the leaky pipeline. This is a phrase that is very well known. It refers to the fact that at each level, as you go higher in the profession, the share of women becomes less. So these are the figures from the UK. The UK is very similar to the US. You can see that the share of women who have a PhD is higher than the share of women who are lecturers or assistant professors, which is higher than associate professors, which is higher than professors. So we want to kind of figure out what are the problems at each stages, what's causing women to be less likely to be represented at each of these stages. I think there are some other interesting aspects when you look at these data. You can see actually, as Carlo had said, there has been a lot of progress. So the share of women who are professors is now much higher today than it was, sort of decades ago. And even in this brief period between 2012 and 2020, the share of women who are professors has gone up. The share of women who are associate professors has gone up. So clearly some of these more junior women are moving through. I think what's a bit worrying is that the increases are decreasing. So, we saw, there's a much bigger increase in the share of women who are professors and the share of women who are doing a PhD and the share of women who are assistant professor. And I think other female economists have documented this stall progress also in the US. So I said, so these are figures from the UK. So in the UK, as in the US, economics more closely resembles STEM rather than social science. So the degree of representation of women in economics is very similar to that in other sciences. It's sort of slightly better than chemistry, engineering, but slightly worse than biology, earth sciences. And it's clearly very different from social sciences. And if I had one wish, it would be that narratives around promoting women in STEM would apply to economics. Economics could be almost reclassified as a STEM subject rather than a social science subject, because otherwise it gets rather lost in discussions about gender and academia because it's not seen as a problem in kind of public debates. In terms of the rest of Europe, so we also saw these data yesterday. Emmanuel Oriol and co-authors have done this fantastic project of looking at representation of women across many different countries using sort of RepEc data. Actually, Poland looks relatively good, I think, on these types of measures, the representation of women, both in economics at all levels and at professorial level. It's sort of higher than it is in many other countries, but still it's, sort of, I guess, sort of in most countries it's far from parity. One thing that I think has been less noted and discussed is what I think I call the dry pipeline. So we've heard a lot about the leaky pipeline, which is the problem of women being sort of less likely to progress at each stage. In the UK, and I think possibly in the US, we also have a problem of a dry pipeline. The share of students coming into economics in the UK, I think also in the US, is lacking in diversity, and in a sense is sort of even worse than perhaps the levels of representation at PhD and assistant professor levels. So you can see these are the share of women among the UK students who are studying economics at undergraduate level and at MSc level. So the first thing to note is they are low, and the second thing to note is they are not changing. So whereas we have seen progress in promoting women at in academia at higher levels, the same is not happening among students. And I think this is a real matter of concern for the future of economics. There's some evidence on the situation in Europe. So this is data from a recent paper by Rissa, I don't know if I pronounce the name, but Rissa is another ex-Warwick student. So just to sort of summarize these data, so this is the ratio of women to men across all undergraduate students. This is the ratio of women to men in business. This is the ratio of women to men in STEM. This is the ratio of women to men in economics. So what you can see is that, so economics is faring slightly better than STEM as a whole, but actually in economics there's this declining ratio. It is predominantly men, and there's no sign of any progress. So at the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about the future and what I think needs to be done in terms of promoting economics to kind of the next generation. So here again, there has been a lot of initiatives in STEM trying to promote STEM to wider audiences and to women. And at these younger ages in the UK, economics now lags behind many STEM subjects. So while among academics, economics looks like STEM, the initiatives that have taken place to promote STEM to sort of girls have actually sort of seen improvements in the share of women studying biology, chemistry, maths, whereas economics now ranks only above physics and computing in the share of girls who are studying it. So A-levels are your qualifications you take in the UK when you're 18, so we're looking at 17 to 18-year-olds, and undergraduates, obviously, people studying undergraduate economics at university. So a couple of things about this. So when you talk about why don't girls study economics, a lot of people say, oh, it's because it's mathematical and girls don't like maths. And so I like to point out that there is a higher share of girls in maths than there is in economics. So it's not just the mathematical nature of economics that puts them off. And also, again, I think if the initiatives to promote STEM had been extended to economics, then, that we would hopefully, not be seeing this picture here of, very few girls studying economics. And I'll come back to what might explain this and what we might do about it at the end. So, I can stop. I'll start moving around. Okay, so let us talk about the initiatives that have been put forward to try and plumb the leaky pipeline. So I've taken this quote from Esther Duflo, who said that economists should seek to be like plumbers. So she wasn't necessarily talking about plumbing the leaky pipeline. She was talking about economists plumbing the problems that we see in all different areas of society. But I think it's quite a nice quote because it is important that we plumb the leaky pipeline, and we can also use economic analysis and economic tools to understand the sort of interventions that might work to stem the leaks at different stages. And I think, over time, there has been a very large body of work which has both sought to understand the barriers facing women at each stage of the professional pipeline, and has also tried and tested different initiatives and looked at what's worked and what hasn't worked. So I think a number of economists have taken Esther's advice and looked at what might work to plumb the leaky pipeline, and we've learned a lot, I think, about how we might go about doing this. In the UK, we have an initiative called Athena Swan, which was originally introduced to try and promote gender diversity in STEM. Essentially, what Athena Swan is a charter mark system. So universities and departments can apply for Athena Swan accreditation, and they can be awarded a charter mark, either sort of bronze, silver, and gold, and you need to work your way up. In order to receive Athena Swan accreditation, what you have to do is a sort of deep analysis of sort of quantitative and qualitative data on the state of gender equality in your department or in your institution. So you need to look at, the representation of women at all stages of hiring, the representation of gender at all stages of student applications and hiring. So, it's actually quite a sort of a powerful tool to force department managers or Athena Swan champions to do some forensic analysis and understand where in the pipeline women are sort of failing to progress. There is some evidence that receiving an Athena Swan award is associated with some, progress in terms of gender equality. Obviously, so the Athena Swan process is quite long, so being sort of receiving an award may occur sometime after sort of the process of addressing gender equality concerns has begun, and also, of course, there's some selection into who applies for Athena Swan award in the first place, but there is some evidence that being awarded an Athena Swan charter mark is associated with a narrowing of gender gap in pay. I guess Athena Swan plays two roles. It can signal to the outside world that you take gender equality seriously, so it could have a hiring effect. Also, doing this detailed analysis is informative about where gender equality barriers are arising within your department and pointing you to where attention needs to be paid. So I'm going to give you an example of this type of forensic audit, although this actually comes from a talk I attended at the ASA meetings this year, an example given by Doug Bernheim. But I was powerfully impressed by the initiatives that he was taking, and it seemed also to me to reflect this type of thinking where you track women throughout each and every stage of the process of, whether it's students or whether it's hiring and promotions, and you see exactly where the women are falling down. So this is what Stanford Economics Department did when they were faced with, a lack of women in their PhD program. So Doug Bernheim, who was the chair of the department, he took seriously the issue of gender equality, which is, I think where good gender equality initiatives start, with heads of department, people in power paying it attention. He then asked Pascaline Dupart to do the data analysis. So he was sort of passing the task on to a woman, which is perhaps less good, but anyway, so what she did is she looked at each stage of, the Stanford Economics PhD program, the applications, the sort of first year exams, the later progress, to try and diagnose what the problem was and what they could do about it. So tracking the share of women through the PhD program, they discovered that more women failed their real analysis course. They then discovered that success in real analysis course bore absolutely no relation to success later on in the PhD program, so they scrapped the real analysis course, right? So, this is a great way of saying, where is the problem occurring and what can we do about it? So then this increased the share of women who were sort of progressing through the PhD course. This didn't, this wasn't a simple silver bullet. What they then found was there was quite a lot of backlash. So being aware that Stanford was taking moves to promote the share of women on its PhD program, there was then backlash from some of the more senior males. So again, Doug Bernheim, because he was very much behind the promotion of women, stepped in with very visible high levels of support. And I think that's also crucial for departmental initiatives that succeed. So this is, as I said, the type of economics as plumbing, this sort of slightly detailed work where you're diagnosing the problem and trying different things to see, what works and what doesn't work. I think this is a really helpful approach in promoting gender diversity sort of on the ground. So to think about the different stages of the pipelines more generally and what's been identified as problems and what's been tried, I thought I'd sort of go through, these different stages and say, what evidence do we have of where there are barriers to women at these different stages, and what is being tried or what is being tried, and what evidence do we have that it works or doesn't work. So in terms of being hired, so we now know from this extensive work that Pascaline Dupart and co-authors are doing, attending seminars and keeping track of the questions that are asked, that female job market candidates are asked more questions, particularly questions by senior men that are more likely to be perceived as unfair, perceived by other people in the audience who are keeping track of the number of questions and the nature of the questions. So a number of departments are now introducing seminar guidelines. So to be honest, they seem to be fairly basic rules for how to behave like a decent human being, but apparently we need these rules to make sure seminars are sort of fair to all speakers. So give the speaker a period of uninterrupted time at the start, don't dominate the questions, don't have side conversations. So far these rules haven't been evaluated, but they are, an example of sort of tackling a particular problem that's been identified. When it comes to getting hired, we also heard yesterday that women are written reference letters that use more grindstone terms rather than standout terms. And women in the reference letter are less likely to be praised for their ability compared to sort of male candidates. And this can account for part of the lower success of female PhDs in the economics profession. So there is a very large literature on good practice in hiring, not in economics, but in general. And it seems that we haven't yet looked at that literature on good practice in hiring and thought how to embody that in the way that we hire. We have economic evidence that, gender-blind auditions can reduce gender gaps in other spheres. That might be very hard in, in economics when it comes to, looking at job market papers. But, there may be other good practice procedures that we could follow. And I don't think that that really has been tried. I think there's a lot of subjective evaluation that goes on hiring. Often, I've been on hiring committees and there's often reference to, is this person a good fit? And I don't think any person who knew anything about good practice in hiring would say that that's an appropriate. One thing that universities are very keen on is diverse recruitment panels. So here there is, some very nice evidence by Manuel Bagos and co-authors that these do not have a positive effect. So it turns out that women are just as biased against women as men are, and actually the presence of a woman on a committee can empower a man to be sort of more hostile towards women. So these do not have the positive effect of promoting diversity, and they load women up with administrative tasks. So, it's not only that they don't work in promoting diversity, but they also have a cost, because with few senior women, they end up spending a disproportionate time on diverse recruitment panels that don't work to promote diversity. And there's also some nice evidence, so this is from the Spanish system where people are randomly selected to be on these committees, and you can see that, being on a committee has a negative effect on your publications. Okay, so that's the hiring stage. In terms of getting published, so we know that women publish less and have smaller collaboration networks, and those smaller collaboration networks can explain part of the publication gap. I think less has been that there's less insight into why women have smaller collaboration networks, although, possibly homophily might explain it. In terms of increasing women's collaboration networks, we know a lot about the effectiveness of mentoring programs, particularly from the mentoring programs that were introduced by the US CSWEP, the Committee for Women in Economics. Their mentoring programs were oversubscribed, so they randomly selected women to participate, and then they followed up. So they did a rigorous randomized control trial to look at the effectiveness of these mentoring programs. Following these women, 4 to 14 years later, they found that these women had 11 percentage points higher tenure probability and were more likely to be in very good institutions, and they had 3 more co-authors. So one of the ways that these mentoring programs worked is to increase women's collaboration networks. Women also who benefited from the mentoring program also had more publications. So mentoring clearly is a powerful and effective tool for helping women to build networks and to get published. The increase in publications and tenure couldn't just be explained by the collaboration network, so there was clearly something going on, whether that's a role model effect or a quality effect of receiving targeted advice from senior women. So these mentoring programs are, there's clear evidence that these are a good tool for helping women to get published and to get promoted. In terms of getting published, we also have evidence of discrimination against women. So there's some evidence, our hospital shows that women's papers are less likely to be accepted at conferences. And also, we had several references yesterday to this, really great work by Erin Hengel showing that women's papers are held to a higher standard in the publishing process, which means they have to spend more work polishing them, which also may explain why they tend to publish fewer papers. And similarly, this idea that women's papers are held to higher standards is evidenced by David Card and co-authors that, comparing a similar female and male authored paper, the female authored paper has a higher level of citation. So again, it's a better quality paper. So while I've managed to put a dark blue box with a evidence-based solution in terms of, when I've highlighted the other problems, I don't think we yet have a solution for this. This is essentially a problem of discrimination, and we haven't come up with any evidence-based solutions for discrimination yet. So I'll come back to this later on. Okay, finally getting promoted. So I think, that there are a number of elements that determine whether or not you're promoted, where, studies have identified that women are treated worse. So the first is student evaluations, which may not be the dominant criteria in determining whether you get promoted, but they do count. They are part of the assessment that is made, and there is evidence, not just in economics, but in other particularly mathematical science subjects, that women teachers are evaluated worse by students than men teachers are. I think there's been quite a lot of attention paid on, women receiving worse evaluations and this being worse for their promotion prospects. I think listening to female colleagues at Bristol, the experience of receiving negative comments and microaggressions from male students is just very draining. And I don't think enough attention has been paid to this and the impact that this has on women in very male-dominated disciplines. And I think this is actually an area where we might want more evidence about how much of a problem this is in day-to-day teaching that particularly junior women are engaged in. There is evidence of a solution to the gender bias in teaching scores. So my colleague Arnaud Philippe did a study with Anne Boring that showed awareness-raising campaigns can close the gap, but only if they provide precise information. So telling students exactly the nature of the discrimination that female teachers have faced, not just kind of exhorting students to be fair. You need to tell them exactly what the problem is, but that does close the gender gap. So we do have a solution, a potential solution, at least to the student evaluation side, if not to the kind of more sort of systematic, low-level kind of microaggressions that I think we're increasingly observing. In terms of getting promoted, we also heard a lot about the fact that women tend to do more unrewarded administrative tasks. So this matters for promotion, I guess, because it means that you spend less time sort of working on publications. So Lisa Westerland, together with co-authors, has produced this, I think, really powerful book, exhorting women to join the No Club. So when anyone asks you to do an administrative task, you just need to say no. You mustn't feel pressured into doing it. So I remember Raphael Giacomini sort of saying how she learned just to say no, and by that she meant don't try and give an excuse, just say no nicely and firmly, which is good advice for junior females if you're worried about being overburdened with administrative tasks. I think my own take would be that if everyone says no to administrative tasks, then we do have a problem in the profession because there's a bunch of administrative tasks that we need to be done, and we can't, so I think other solutions might be to allocate tasks fairly using a transparent workload model, and also even better to properly reward people for doing administrative tasks. They are rewarding and valuable, and they are rewarding and valuable to an individual. They're also rewarding and valuable to an institution. And so we should see these as being valuable, and they should be taken into account in promotion decisions. Finally, we sort of know Heather Sarson's work, again pointing, again, this is a case where I have, a light blue box with a problem and a dark blue box with no real solution. So again, we know from this evidence in the US that, women's publications when it comes to promotion may be valued less when they co-author with men. So this is a truly striking finding. When men co-author with anyone, their publications count. When women co-author with men, their publications do not count as much for promotion. So simply, as with being held to a higher standard, women's contribution is being devalued relative to men's contribution. And this seems to me to be an instance of blatant discrimination. And again, we haven't sort of got an evidence-based solution for that yet. So that leads me on to talking about culture. I think discrimination is a sort of a function of a culture. So I think we need to sort of talk not about so much about these specific solutions, although they help, but also about how to think about the culture in economics and how to address the problems of the culture in economics. So again, another quote from Esther Duflo, who, when she won the Nobel Prize, sort of in one of her very first talks, sort of made a reference to sort of the culture in economics, the climate in economics, and how it wasn't conducive to having women in the profession. So there was very striking evidence of the problem with the culture in economics from the American Economic Association 2019 climate survey. So there are sort of they asked a bunch of different questions about different aspects of the climate. I mean, obviously there's a selected sample of people who responded, and we need to acknowledge that, but it certainly showed a climate which is not, it's not a happy, healthy place to work. So it's not just women who are dissatisfied with the climate in economics. So a very striking finding is only 40% of men and 20% of women are happy or satisfied with the climate in economics. So a majority of economists are not satisfied with the climate in economics. That's, I think that's quite striking. Most economists do not feel included or valued. And these are problems with the discipline. So these questions tend to ask both about the field of economics and also ask the same question, but in relation to an institution or place of employment. And the more negative responses tend to refer to economics, not to people's particular place of employment or their, or kind of their department. So, some of the initiatives that we've been talking about, are initiatives that departments can take, and they're the responsibility of, departments and organizations and institutions. But many of the problems we're kind of also talking about are problems with a discipline rather than with a particular institution. So also, as we can see, these problems are experienced worse by women, and not reported here, but also not reported in this column, but also in the same survey. A truly shocking statistic. I'm not sure what the numbers would be for comparable disciplines, but 2 in 5 women, more than 2 in 5 women have experienced some form of sexual harassment. So, again, sort of strong evidence that the culture in economics is not conducive to women. So what can we do about this? So I think many of the initiatives that I've been talking about, well, one are functions or responsibilities of departments, institutions, but they're also seem sometimes to have the aim of improving women's position within the discipline as it is. So mentoring is about supporting women to do better in an within the sort of culture of economics, within the discipline of economics as it is. I think we've talked less about actually changing the culture of economics. So we've talked about seminars, but I think even if seminars were, better run, I don't think that's sort of fundamentally challenging the culture in economics. Instead, I think it's a question of power and the sort of the dominance in economics of a very small number of institutions and individuals. We learn in economics that competition drives out discrimination in terms of Becker's theory. But by contrast, if we look at our own discipline, power in economics is highly concentrated in the hands of a very small number of institutions and a very small number of individuals. And this is a situation where discrimination can continue and a poor culture can be sustained. So I think there's increasing work this is something we're all aware of. There's increasing work sort of providing the numbers to back up the impressions. So if we take the top 6 US institutions, whether defined by who has their PhD there or their current institution, they increasingly dominate the leadership of the American Economic Association, and they dominate the editorial boards of the top journals. And over time, the power of the top journals has increased rather than diminished, and they're increasingly important for promotion in many departments, increasingly important for promotion and prestige. So, I think recognizing the link between the structure and power within the discipline and the culture or the problems of culture that the discipline experiences is kind of key to really addressing the full range of problems. And as well as, being plumbers, I think perhaps we need to think about broader structural change in order to improve the culture and make economics generally more inclusive. So, no one's going to deny that the top 5 journals will remain important, but I think it is important that we don't just value the top 5 journals and that we do think about valuing a much broader range of outputs, whether it's policy work, whether it's publications in other journals, and whether it's, important contributions to administration in economics. All of these are valuable, yet in economics, we increasingly only care about one metric of research quality and one metric of success. And I think that has the effect of sustaining a discipline where discrimination against different groups can remain unchallenged. So is it possible to do this? So I'm not going to say that this is the solution, but I think there are some interesting developments in the UK. which are seriously attempting to challenge and broaden how research quality is defined. So this is an across-the-board initiative. So this is the UK Research Excellence Framework, which is the nationwide evaluation process which produces gradings for all departments in the UK in terms of their research quality. So it has many critics. So I was on the ref panel for economics. I can tell you it's incredibly time consuming. It's very subjective. But I think there are a number of elements of strength in the way it's been designed. So at its heart is a process of peer assessment. So I think the economics panel was the only one who had access to citations data. And obviously we knew what journals the papers were published in, but we still peer assess the quality. So, and there was a variation of, we have found 4-star, which is top quality research, outside the top 5, as well as even some top 5 publications which were deemed not 4-star. So, so it's sort of looking separately at quality aside from journal publications. And also, it's looking not just at journal publications. So the final measure of research quality takes account of 3 elements. The first is outputs. The second, so for economics, that would be publications. And for science, would be publications. The second is impact, which is case studies of how individual pieces of research have achieved real change in policy and practice. And environment, which is a statement from the department about how it is sustaining a productive research culture, which going forward is going to be called people and culture, and includes a reference to measures to promote diversity and equality. So looking here, these are the weights given to these 3 elements in the different REF exercises. So this is 2014, 2021, and 2028. So outputs are still the majority, or at least half of the weight, but you can see there's increasing weight being given to these other elements. Will this bring about change? Well, so together with Erin Hengel and Almdina Sevilla, we've done some very preliminary work showing that a very simple measure of departmental diversity is negatively correlated with output scores. So less diverse departments produce more highly rated outputs, as you'd expect, possibly, if you thought that the publication system was biased against underrepresented groups. But these departmental diversity is positively correlated both with impact and environment. So it's giving value to measures which correlate positively with diversity. I think there's a huge caveat in economics. UK economics is very international, and with US dominance, I would be surprised whether this was enough to kind of completely outweigh the disciplinary incentives which we have. Okay, if I have 5 minutes, I was going to talk about the future. Coming back to this quote from the start, Jan and Yellen, we need to attract the best people and the best ideas. So I pointed out the problems with the share of women in undergraduate economics and studying economics at school. It's not just a gender problem, it's a socioeconomic problem, and we need to talk a lot more about the lack of diversity in economics that cuts across many dimensions. So if you look at who's studying economics in UK schools, this is at age 17, 18, so it's 1 in 6 boys who are doing A-level are doing economics, and it's 1 in 4 boys in private schools, so that's a high socioeconomic group. And it's 1 in 17 girls and 1 in 25 girls in state schools. So this is the future of economics. It's looking quite male, and it's looking like it's drawn more systematically from higher socioeconomic groups. Why is this? So most young people in the UK, and I think in lots of countries, do not study economics in school. Many lack the opportunity. I have asked young people if they can describe economics in 3 words. This is what they think economics is about. I have asked young people to draw an economist, and this is what they draw. This is what happens if you Google for an image of an economist. So young people and Google both think of an economist in much the same way, and it's a man in a suit thinking about money. So this is the basis on which young people are deciding whether or not to study economics at university. And so we're going to attract the sort of people who want to study a subject about money and have aspirations to look like this. So, we're sort of, I think these stereotypes very much drive who is coming into economics and can explain the dry pipeline in terms of women. So 3 years ago, together with Arun Advani at Warsaw University, I launched Discover Economics. And this is a campaign to promote diversity among economics students, so to improve the share of underrepresented groups who are studying economics at UK universities. How are we doing this? Well, so our theory of change is very much motivated by this belief that it's the stereotypes about economics are determining who studies it. So we try to broaden the appeal of economics to potential students. We tell them it's not just about money, and we try to change their perceptions of economics and economists. So everything we do has a very diverse range of people who are sort of basically communicating their joy of economics and look very different to that sort of old white man image. So it does this by providing information opportunities to learn about economics. So we have quite a lot of communications, we provide resources, we organize events. Most of those were online. Obviously, launch campaign in 2019, COVID hits in 2020, we did a lot of stuff online. But excitingly, this academic year, we've launched a national outreach program. So this is, the way we're going to try and systematically evaluate whether what we're doing is working. So the national outreach program involves one-off sessions delivered to non-economic school students. So if you go into a school and say, I'd love to do an event for people who are interested in economics, you overwhelmingly get men. So our design is to go into maths classes, to go into business classes, to go into, well, any classes that will have us and deliver a session that is relevant to that curriculum. So we've designed sessions to be delivered to maths classes that cover elements of the maths curriculum. Each session has 3 elements: a personal story from the student champion, some economics content, and some general information. So you can think of this as a sort of information plus role model treatment. There have been role model initiatives in STEM. This is slightly different. So every school student studies STEM. The challenge with STEM is making students think that they can go on and be scientists. The problem with economics is that not every student studies economics, and the challenge is about changing the stereotype that people have about the subject. So it's making them change their beliefs about economics, not necessarily making them change their beliefs about themselves. So it's a very different type of role model intervention. We're evaluating it, we're looking at the effect of the sessions on intentions and perceptions, and then we'll go on and follow the students and look at their subject choices. So do the sessions work? So this is, so we're just getting all the data. So the first stage is looking at pre-post surveys, where the pre and post surveys are randomly allocated to different sessions within a school. So yeah, and we'll follow, we're going to, so with the surveys, we're just asking about intentions, how likely are you to study economics, and a bunch of other subjects, and then we're also asking about the beliefs. So this is, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. So this is, so we're testing 2 things. First of all, do the sessions work in terms of delivering something that students like? So if you remember, most students think that economics is boring, but actually most of the people who participated in the session said that they thought the sessions were interesting. So this is like free-form text about what they liked about the session, so they thought the session was interesting. So it does suggest that when you go in and tell, literally sort of talk to people about economics, they think it's interesting. And then this is, is the session working in terms of increasing intentions? Well, we have quite a big effect, So again, these are very preliminary, but the sessions are comparing pre and post responses from different students, randomly allocated. It's increasing students' stated intention of studying economics. So this is what I think we need to do on a systematic scale to solve the dry pipeline problem. Okay, so takeaways. So I think we've learned a lot about what causes the leaks and how to plumb the pipeline, and I think this body of evidence is really important in promoting the position of women within academia. However, I think we may need to address the underlying structural issues in economics before the culture improves. And finally, I think we still have a long way to go to attract the best people and the best ideas. We really need to focus on fixing the dry pipeline as well as the leaky pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fascinating talk and for everything you're doing for with the colleagues in the UK for the discipline. It's really amazing. We still have a few minutes for a few questions, if there are any in the audience.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the very, very interesting presentation. Just a little comment or question. I was really surprised, let's say, by the fact that you mentioned at some point that when women were fairly represented in evaluation panels for hiring, if I recall, it didn't improve at all the situation. Actually, you even estimated that it's a wasted effort to try to create these balanced committees and then no avail. Yeah, I guess still it's important to have, balanced committees, but obviously this indicates that there is an implicit bias or unconscious bias. So it's often we know that in these competitive environments, if women want to do well in their career, sometimes they adopt the male stereotypes or attitudes of competition and aggressivity and so on and so forth. So by merely being female does not imply that you will be more fair in your judgments. So I was wondering, how did you think this could be counteracted? Maybe you said it and I didn't pay attention, because unconscious bias needs lots of training probably for people, lots of awareness. I guess you have been doing these kind of steps as well.
Yeah, so this is evidence from a paper by Manuel Bagua. So they exploit the kind of random allocation of different people to committees. So this is what the evidence shows, that having one or two women on the committee does not increase the probability of women succeeding. So, and I agree. It indicates that women are just as subject to implicit bias as men. I haven't, there is a large literature on the effectiveness of implicit bias training. I think the evidence is quite mixed. That would be my take on it. So some people find it works, some people find it doesn't. I mean, I certainly think it would be something to explore. And something that I've always been quite keen on is, the mentoring programs are typically senior people mentoring junior people. I think we should see an interest in reverse mentoring. So junior people sort of recounting their experiences to senior people. I think that's very difficult to design and implement in a situation in which the senior people have the power balance. But I think these both, doing implicit bias tests, showing people the results of the implicit bias test, making all that very transparent would be a good initiative, as would, well-designed reverse mentoring programs as well. But, I think, as I said, I don't think we have clear evidence that either of those things work. So, I didn't include them. Doesn't mean that I don't think they're important.
Hi, thank you for a fascinating talk. I have two questions, if I may. First, do you know of any research that looks at how the job market interviews, how the change in the job market interview system has perhaps affected diversity in hiring? Like over the few years, the job market interviews have moved from this sort of ridiculous hotel room interviews to essentially a remote job market interview system right now. So that's first question. Do you think that it will change anything, and are you aware of any research? And the other, you mentioned the conference, the gaps in conference sort of like acceptance rates. Shall we then perhaps like require, especially the large professional association, to publish what are the acceptance rates by like gender, let's say nationality, and so on?
So I think it's certainly an interesting question about whether the change in the way job market interviews are done will have improved things. I mean, I can't imagine anything worse than, nothing could be worse than being in the hotel room, right? Particularly with a single man. And it would also be interesting to look at whether the move online made a difference as well, whether, I'm not aware of anyone who's looked at that. And I agree, it would also be useful if all conferences publish their acceptance rates. I think there are differences across professional associations, also across countries, in people's willingness to collect this information. I'm not sure that all information is collected at the time of paper submission on the gender of the presenters, and I know that in some countries they're uncomfortable even asking for it. So you'd need to embed that into kind of a conference submission process. It's certainly not standard currently, and the work that Lara and her co-author did were, they were gender coding the names of the submitters, so they just got names of the submitters. I know the Royal Economic Society, for example, doesn't systematically ask for the gender when you submit a paper, so it's not something that people are doing kind of on a regular basis.
Okay, I think we should...
No, just it's more of a comment. I think one of the things that also may matter is the gendered names of the positions. So professor, I mean, it's less relevant for the English language, but like Polish or German have male and female names for the positions. And at the same time, very often it turns out that you need to change the legal framework to be allowed to officially use the gendered forms. At the same time, it very much contributes to the fact that when you ask a child or a teenager to draw a professor or an economist, as you've seen, it's usually a man.
Yes.
Okay, thanks again. Thank you very much. Thanks to both speakers. We will break for coffee and reconvene. Okay, so we'll be starting the second session. And I will now give the floor to Pamela Campa, who will run this part of the conference and moderate the first panel discussion.
Okay, yes, welcome everyone again. So in this second part of the conference, we're going to have 3 panel discussions, but before the panels, we're going to have 30 minutes of presentations with a focus on some of the countries that are in our network. Mikael already introduced our free network, which is a network of research institutes across a number of European and countries in Central and East Asia. And within this network, we have a cooperation called FROGEE, which is a Forum for Research in Gender Economics, where basically, as the name says, we focus specifically on research on gender inequalities. And one of the activities that we do within this forum is to identify some gender inequalities that we think are particularly relevant for the countries that are in our area of interest. And then we look closer in each of these countries at what is the existing evidence, what are the data, whether people wrote something, and then we end up writing some policy reports, and sometimes also these spillovers into research work. And this is a bit what we did also for this conference. So the problem that we are looking at is the underrepresentation of women in academic jobs, and then we want to also look at how specifically this problem looks like in some of the countries that we work on. So one of these countries is Georgia, and I'm going to invite here Yaroslava Babic from iSITE in Tbilisi, who is going to talk about the underrepresentation of women in academia in the Central and Eastern, in South Caucasus area. And then, so that I don't keep interrupting the flow, once after Yasa, we will have Lev Lvovsky, who is going to talk about the situation in Belarus, and then Monika Oskoskovska. I'm sure I'm butchering all the last names after many years I've been knowing you guys, from CenEA. Okay, so Yasa.
So how do I change the, okay, I can change the slides from there. Very good, so I don't have to. Excellent. So thank you very much. It's an honor to represent, my adopted homeland, Georgia, and also, the South Caucasus countries. Here, I'm going to present some of the results of facts from the policy paper that we wrote with our colleagues from SITE who are sitting here. This is not an academic paper yet. I mean, we were just on the fact-finding mission about women in academia and higher education in general in the South Caucasus, because there is very little research actually on gender inequality in academia in these countries. There are official statistics, of course, but there are virtually no studies that we can speak of. And perhaps it's not surprising because there are very few actually small-scale surveys that ask academic staff in universities, do you feel discriminated against, or do you think the inequality, gender inequality is a problem? And overwhelming majority of people who are answering, and these are women as well, who are saying, no, I have not been I didn't experience any discrimination. And B is that most of them don't feel that gender equality in academia is an important topic. So it's not surprising that there is virtually a vacuum in studies in this field. Oh, sorry. I pressed the wrong button, but. Okay. The questions that we set out to answer about the South Caucasus country, is there really an inequality problem? We looked at 4 aspects of inequality, and these were access of women to higher education. Like we looked at shares of graduates from BA, MA, PhD programs. Do we see the evidence of female advantage, or more women being in these studying in these programs? Then gender distribution across fields of sciences. Is there evidence of gender segregation, like we see in all other countries? What are the evidence of gender gaps in power in academia? And we also investigate some patterns of gender gaps in scientific output. So very preliminary results, I should warn you, but still it gives us a bit of an idea of what is going on. Summary of the findings. What we see is that women are actually overrepresented among MA and BA level graduates. There are majority of graduates in these degrees are women. And there is either parity or they are slightly overrepresented among PhD graduates in the South Caucasus countries. But women are underrepresented in sort of higher research degree level programs like Doctors of Science. So the system, 2 of the South Caucasus, 3 South Caucasus countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan, have still retained some of these vestiges of Soviet system, which envisioned that on the 3rd level of higher education, PhD, there is a split between the candidate of science, PhD equivalent, and then the Doctor of Science, which is purely a research type of degree, and it's usually a prerequisite for promotion to full professorship and so on. So women are typically underrepresented in these Doctor of Sciences programs. Of course, we see evidence of significant gender segregation in certain fields of sciences, and we see that even in the fields where women form a majority of active researchers, the scientific output is actually lower than that of men. So let's look at Georgia first. Here we look at both doctoral graduates and PhDs. And here's the distribution of doctoral graduates by fields of science. So you can see that women form almost 60%, 58% of doctoral PhD graduates, and 40% of men. This is quite different from what we see in Western countries. But there is also, you can see that they are overrepresented in humanities, education, health, but underrepresented in engineering, and services is really more like hotel management type of PhDs. They are very strange degrees, so mostly it's engineering. And in other fields like social sciences here are natural sciences, they are sort of on parity or slightly overrepresenting. So in Armenia, when we look at the gender distributions of PhDs or candidates of science, which is this lower, the third degree split between the two, candidates and doctors. So candidates are almost on parity, while the doctors of science, majority is men. So 43 versus 56%. And this is average over several years, but the patterns didn't change much. Azerbaijan, again, we see that here on this, this is PhD students, again, these candidates, what was in the Soviet Union, candidates of sciences, majority are women, but then the situation slightly, balances to the favor of men in doctors of sciences programs. And again, this graduating from this program is a prerequisite for getting a full professorship. Now you can see a very disbalanced picture in gender disbalance in representation in different fields. You can see psychology, pedagogy, biology, dominated by women. Physics, interestingly, also dominated by women. These are Doctors of Sciences program, by the way. Astronomy, almost zero women, and so on. And economics is actually fairly balanced. So, interestingly, philosophy is male-dominated field in Azerbaijan in particular. But when we look, so these are PhD and Doctors of Science students, graduates, people who are studying. So, but then when we look at people who are actually working in research and development and pursuing their academic career, we see a clear disbalance of power. So, for example, this slide here is Georgia. Scientific advisors of doctoral students. So these are typically chosen by students, advisors are chosen by students, and these are people who hold a lot of power to promote their advisees, to grant them their degrees, and they are the most well-respected people. So this is a proxy for power, and we can see that men hold more power than women in this, according to this statistic. You can see also for Armenia and Azerbaijan, which has the division between candidates and doctors of science, candidates of science, parity. You see gender parity. So this is people who are actually working in scientific organizations and institutions. Among them, candidates of science, 50-50 split, and doctors of science, only close to 20% are women. But so you can see that there is a clear disbalance here. We also looked at scientific output. Here, Georgia stands out in an interesting way. So we looked at scientists with at least 20 publications on Scopus database for Georgia. And we see that the share of women among scientists with more than 20 publications, is about a quarter, 24%. But the share of total publications attributed to women is 31, it's slightly higher. So this is most probably driven by this outlier here. These are, well, how do you get to 1,200 publications? These are physics people. So in physics, yeah, there is a lot of, there are some top women who are publishing on par with men, but then the gap widens. You can see the gap here. So you can see in Armenia, actually, this top, this top parity doesn't exist. There is a gap everywhere among the top publishing scientists, and a similar picture in Azerbaijan. So what is behind these gender gaps? Why do we see this female advantage on lower level of academia, and we don't see it that much on the power side? So first of all, the studies that do exist talk about more descriptively. Higher education degrees like BA/MAs are treated as dowry items for women, so this is a signal of the prestige of the family, and there is no really expectation that a woman would go on to academic career after that. There is also the fact that academic jobs are very low paid. Budget, the amount of government budget that goes to research and development in Georgia, for example, is 0.1% of GDP. This is the lowest among the Eastern European, European and East Asian countries, because they're Central Asian countries, because this is just ridiculous. And of course, still low paid, so there is less competition for women. And academia offers more flexible working hours, so it makes it more attractive for women. Hence, we see more women actually in assistant and associate professor position, which we don't see in Western countries. So it's a matter of pay and prestige of the profession itself. Also, there is why we don't see a lot of women on the top of academic ladder, and in publications there is a significant gap, because there is this implicit social gender contract that says that women's family interests should not compete with academic interest or career interest should not compete with family interest. And so women struggle against this competing career and family demands. And just to give you a little bit of a flavor, just one fact, that in Georgia and Azerbaijan, 90% of girls, 96 to 90% of girls, are taught in their childhood how to clean, how to cook, how to take care of the household. Only 30% of boys are taught that. This is according to surveys. So you can imagine how, this shapes the disbalances. So I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Lev Lvovsky, and thank you very much for invitation. I really want to thank CenEA and Michał for organizing this event, and all the presenters. So in the, I guess, first presentation today, Jesper asked what's about Soviet bloc. So I think my presentation will give you a bit of glimpse about gender inequality in academia in Soviet bloc. Yes, Georgia and Armenia, Azerbaijan also used to be a part of the Soviet Union, but they have let's say, brighter national identity. And Belarus, in this sense, is a more Soviet country. So everything is according to Soviet norms. So let's start with this, as I said, Soviet legacy. Soviet legacy is a complicated thing in terms of gender norms. I say here it was rather progressive gender norms, but I of course need to say what does it mean rather. On the one hand, in Soviet Union there was promoted of culture that it is a social norm for women to work on par with men, that it is a norm for women to go to university, to college, to get higher education. On the other hand, it was somehow combined with the traditional gender norms in homes. So that's mostly resulted in a so-called double burden of Soviet women. They were expected to both not to sit at home, to go to work, to go get education, go get a PhD degree, but also be mother, cook, wash, and so on. However, this means that we were already born with this norm of women in education. But this also meant that there is a specific gender division by specialization, because because of this traditional view of gender norms, women went more to social sciences, to medicine, and less to STEM. Another important for our education system part of Soviet legacy is mandatory conscription to the army. The thing is that when we discuss gender in academia in post-Soviet countries, especially in Belarus and I guess Russia, mandatory conscription to the army for men is one of the most serious drivers of motivations behind like people's choices whether to go to university or not. Basically, I would say most men, 99% of men, don't want to go to army, and the easiest way not to go to the army is go to the university. And it plays on many, on many stages. It creates second-degree effects. For example, if you are in an enrollment committee and you think who you should enroll, by enrolling men, you save him from the army. By enrolling women, you just enroll women. And some post-Soviet legacy, which is overproduction of higher education. How do I know that there is overproduction? Well, if you will go to McDonald's in Minsk and ask who has higher education, which worker has higher education, everybody would have college degree. Yep. So what are the numbers? There is a normal number of, normal share of women born. It's like a natural order that there are a little bit less girls born than boys, but boys start to die earlier. This proportion is the same in kindergarten. We don't lose anybody at school, so this proportion changes. Proportion of women at school changes just due to mortality of boys. Same goes for college, although we see that in the last years, this share of women in college started to decrease. This is probably related to crisis that is going on in Belarus since 2020. There are more women in PhD candidates of science in Belarus. There is less than half of women who hold doctor degree, but their share is actually growing, so I would say it's a pretty good number. 47.7% of the highest degree. Yeah, sorry, I'm finishing. And since in Baroque we stalk all the Belarusian-born PhDs who go to Western universities, so we know what is proportion of econ and finance PhDs who got their degrees abroad, and it is 39% of women. As I said, there is huge disparity by specializations. The most important number here, I guess, is this one about engineering and IT, because unlike in the Western world, in Belarus, salaries in IT are 6 times higher than average salary. So the single most important thing for gender inequality in wages is who goes to IT. And since there are much less women going to IT, this generates large fraction of Belarus gender inequality in pay. And yeah, humanities for women, natural sciences are actually equal. So I guess I finish here. There are again some changes that are going on in Belarus. Most of them actually will affect this price of going to the army or not going to the army. So these post-2020 effects, they would influence gender distribution in universities. And one of them said is further defeminization of Belarusian IT. So I'll finish here. Thank you.
Yes. Monika Oczkowska from Center for Economic Analysis. I would like to give you a couple of insights on what is going on regarding women in academia in Poland. So these are really basic, this is basic information and descriptive from different sources. We're going to start with the leaky pipeline in Poland. Year 2018, this figure comes from She Figures 2021, and it shows you how the gap between men and women looks like at different stages of education and academic career. And actually, I wanted to start really early here. So for bachelor's and master's and PhD students, because what is interesting in Poland is that there is a gap, and actually there are many more women studying and graduating. But then, for those higher positions, we can see that the gap reverses and there are more men in those positions. If we compare that to the average, to European Union, actually the situation for the highest position looks very similarly, but the gap for education, for graduates, for the average of European Union countries is slightly smaller. If we compare the numbers for Poland in different years, how this changed between year 2018 and five years prior to that, 2013, then actually nothing changed for lower stages of education and academic career. And there is a slight improvement for those two highest positions of associate professors and professors, but the improvement is rather small. I also wanted to compare those numbers for Poland for all the fields and for those naturally more male-dominated fields, and I actually selected engineering and technology because here you can see with the dotted line that from the very beginning there are more students and more graduates in engineering and technology, although the gap is not that big. For PhD graduates, it's less than 20%. But then the gap widens and is much bigger than for all the fields for full professors. One of the reasons behind it may be that actually if we look at age distribution of full professors in Poland, and this actually is very similar to for both men and women, most of the full professors, those are people in older ages, and what is striking is actually this is very different than not only those Western European countries, but also Eastern European countries. It seems that in Poland, full professors are just on average much older. Yes. Okay. I actually took a liberty of borrowing some of the results of the Polish academics who work on the topic of gender disparities in academia. This is a paper by Kwiek and Rożka, a quite recent paper. A couple of ready figures that I wanted to show you. The details are not that important. The thing here is that actually consistently women publish less international articles. That's one thing. Another thing is actually this is the age distribution and with respect to the number of published articles. On the left-hand side, we have men. On the right-hand side, we have women. And we can see that for men, there are those two spikes. One is in younger ages, the other one is in older ages. For women, we do not observe that spike. So younger females tend to publish more internationally. I ventured a graph based on the data from the same article, where I looked at different fields and whether there is a consistent pattern. So if we look at fields where women are more represented, have a higher representation, which goes up with y-axis, whether they publish more internationally or less internationally, and it seems there is no clear pattern. So actually, on average, women in all the fields tend to publish less internationally, but they do so for more male-dominated fields, but also in the fields where the gap, where they actually, there's a higher representation of women than men. Another paper by the very same authors, but another paper. So here they look at with whom researchers publish, whether they publish with people from the same gender or the opposite gender. And with age, actually for men consistently with age tend to publish more with men, while for women this slightly changes with age. So younger women tend to publish more with men, but older women tend to publish slightly more with other women. And actually, we can see that when we differentiate the data by degrees, by the levels of academic career. So for males, the proportion of those who publish with male authors do not change that much between assistant professors and full professors. For females, we can see that on the lower level of academic career, females publish more with men, but then full professors publish more with women. Very shortly about international mobility of researchers. So actually with, here we can see Poland. I'm differentiating between international mobility of women as compared to men. Before they received, women received their PhD degree and afterwards. And while Polish women, as compared to men, are more mobile before they received their PhD degree, afterwards this actually drops down. Very shortly, some more information about research funding applications from the National Science Center. based on average data from the past 11 years. The proportion of women who apply for funding and who are granted funding is slightly lower in general than for men. That's the first figure here. The second one tells us slightly more about the total cost of the project. So the projects with which women apply for funding cost less than the male ones. How does that look like when we split between different fields? So actually, interestingly, this is most equal for life sciences, much less equal for engineering and technology. In terms of cost, we can also see the differences, but these may also come from how many projects, how many applications there are. That's why we should also look at the average cost of those applications. And it seems that while for humanities, the average cost of a project for men and women is really similar. The difference for life sciences, where we have almost the same amount of projects by men and women, women tend to have projects of lower costs as compared to men, very similar to engineering and technology related projects. One last slide actually is who makes the decision regarding this funding. So how does the permanent expert team look like in terms of gender? And in total, there are many less women. And we can see that actually they are best represented for life sciences. Just to shortly summarize, there are more women graduates at all tertiary levels, including PhD, but further on with the academic career, women occupy more junior positions and move to next position more slowly. And the gap for STEM is much higher, although the gap is quite large for all the fields. Women are less involved in international collaboration, and actually this is also visible in terms of international publications. They have less international publications. Men tend to publish together with other men. This is not visible for women, especially for women in younger ages. Women are more internationally mobile, but only until they receive their PhD, and they are allocated less research funding by research councils, especially in STEM fields, especially in technology and engineering. So hopefully this can be a good basis for the panel that we will introduce now, and we'll see what stands behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Yaroslava, Lev, and Monica, for this super interesting presentation. So I would like now to invite our participants for the first panel, Marieke Bos, Lev Ljoviski, Carlo Schwarz, Sarah Smith, Joanna Tirovic. Sorry, Joanna, your name is not only misspelled, completely wrong on our program. We apologize for that. Please, if you can join me here on the stage, and then we will start this session by watching a movie where our colleague Marieke Bos at SSC summarized some of the research evidence on the underrepresentation of women in finance and economics more in general. And then we will use the movie and the presentations from this morning as a base to start a discussion with the panelists here. So we're all going to watch the movie together now.
Here's a fact. Women are underrepresented in financial economic research. Why does that matter? It's a missed opportunity.
We've got to create the opportunities for everyone.
If it's extra masculine that discourage younger women from entering.
If you only have men essentially coming up with ideas, then there's a lack of diversity in topics.
Economics, for all its mathematical precision, is a social science. And when we look at the representation in economics compared to other social sciences, we're woefully behind.
You miss out if there's talent that's not coming into the profession.
If female underrepresentation has to do with preferences, fine. You can choose a career doing whatever you want. However, if this underrepresentation is due to obstacles, these obstacles need to be studied, understood, and finally addressed.
I always think it's funny that the universities try to get more women to come and study finance. And basically the way I say is, well, we're trying to get women to come and listen to the ideas of men.
Wherever a man gather, ideas flow.
So, the question of this paper was essentially, how do people feel about being in finance? So the authors did a survey to measure job satisfaction, sent out to all the members of the AFA.
So what we found is women are less satisfied in the field of finance than men. We looked at three main explanations. So the first one is preferences, which is a standard story. So people always argue, well, women maybe they shy away from competition, right? And so maybe they don't want to advance in the field, for example, or they're risk averse. And so maybe they don't, that could explain their worse experiences. We looked at carers' responsibilities, and we also looked at experiences of discrimination. And so we found that preferences had very little explanatory power for the lower job satisfaction of women. We found carers' responsibilities had a little bit of explanatory power, but the most important factor was experiences of discrimination. And so women who either experience or witness discrimination, that component really explained a lot of the difference between men and women in terms of job satisfaction.
One common question is, do role models actually matter?
One of the things that came to the surface was the lack of female representation in certain majors, STEM majors in particular. And one of the things we find when we look at that is that women who take courses from other women, especially in STEM fields, we find that it increases the likelihood that they subsequently engage. It's not a uniform finding. There are some fields, like economics, where it doesn't seem to have a big impact. But we do find a pattern where there seems to be something about having that same gender as your initial instructor helping you to think about or visualize yourself in the field. To get at this empirically, it's difficult. And part of this is an endogeneity problem that a female student who's highly interested in a specific topic might be more likely to choose a female instructor. And so you have to find a way to control for that endogeneity. What we had decided to do in the end was to use an instrumental variable strategy. And in our particular instrumental variable strategy, we could observe how many females were serving in a department over time. And we could identify when changes in that happen. I think there is a mechanism that the paper identifies, that there is this role model effect. The first person that they really interact with in the field matters.
What we wanted to see is how visible is women's work at a prestigious conference, NBER's flagship Summer Institute. my co-author, Paul Goldsmith-Pinkham, we realized we'd both been working on the same data for the same year. We decided to join forces and then proceeded to download the data for the NBR Summer Institute for, from 2004 onwards. And at this point, we have about more than 15 years worth of data. We realized that, this is a treasure trove of data. This data was incredibly rich and provided a very unique lens to look at the representation of women. We find that the representation overall pretty steadily hovered around 20%. We find that applied microfields have the highest representation, ranging from about 25 to 30% of female authors represented on the program. Those numbers are much lower for macro at about 16%, and finance is even lower at about 14.5%.
Relative to their share of the membership, women submit less papers to the conference.
So we wanted to know things like how many women are there relative to men? How are women being promoted relative to men after you control for things like productivity, citations, kind of all of the things that you would want to control for. The main finding is there's a gender gap. The gender gap that we see in STEM and economics, it also exists in finance. Finance, the representation is lower than in the rest of economics, so that's kind of observation number one, even after controlling for productivity. Number two is this productivity gap. When we look at the co-author networks of women, they tend to be more female. So women have fewer publications, fewer co-authors than their male counterparts, but actually more female co-authors than their male counterparts, both in number and kind of fraction of all co-authors. And so in a world in which only 16% of faculty are women, that suggests some constraints.
Co-authoring is very common, and when people read and evaluate these papers, there's a gendered bias in assessing who contributed the most value to the paper.
Women tend to give, assume more that women gave them a higher contribution, while men assume more that men gave the higher contribution.
Historically, hiring and promoting have been done mainly by male-dominated boards, and this might explain why
women get severely punished for co-authorships. And if you look at the probability of getting a tenure given a certain set of publications, if it's solo authored, men and women, there's no difference. The same publication, same chance of getting tenure. If you're a man and you've co-authored papers, you still have that same probability. But if you're a woman and you've co-authored papers, you have a much lower probability.
Another important question is whether the editorial process is gender biased.
Is it the case that male referees compared to female referees evaluate differently papers submitted by male authors versus female authors? It turns out the answer is actually a precise 0 or null.
We don't find any gender differences. We also find no gender differences on the editors. So conditional on receiving the reports, editors are completely gender neutral.
So that kind of seems encouraging. A third result, though, suggests that the female authors may face a higher bar.
We find that female author papers receive roughly 25% more cites.
What that would mean is basically in order to get an R&R referral recommendation, papers by all female authors need to be a little bit better, which means they're held to a higher bar.
Anecdotally, female teachers receive worse teacher evaluations than men. So, what happens in an experiment where you randomly assign students to either female or male teachers, where everything else is equal, and you've checked for quality?
So we show that female teachers get much worse teaching evaluations compared to their male colleagues. And for example, when we compare male students and female students, we find that basically all the effect, all the differences, all the gender difference in teaching evaluations basically comes from male students.
Students were randomly assigned to teachers, which means that talent was equally distributed in each group. The same exam was given to all groups and was externally graded. If the quality of the teachers differs, the grades should differ, and they didn't.
So for example, when we make decisions, which teacher do we want to nominate for the teaching award, and make a ranking of the teaching evaluations, these differences will matter, at least on the margin, and likewise for example, for promotion decisions, for hiring decisions at other universities, tenure decisions, these kind of things.
To be fair, a lot has been done when it comes to gender equality in financial economics. Some of the policies have worked very well, and some have backfired.
So in our study, we look at the effects of gender-neutral tenure clock stopping policies. Essentially, the goal of these policies is to reduce the cost of having children.
Having a child puts quite a big dent in your level of productivity, which is, of course, important to get tenure. The clock stop policy is gender neutral by design, but as it turns out, not in outcome.
These policies may inherently be unequal. Birth mothers are exclusively the ones who are pregnant, who go through the physical and other costs of labor and recovery from childbirth. If the parents choose to breastfeed, the birth mother is the one who is breastfeeding and bears all of those costs, regardless of how the actual child care after the birth of the child is split. Having a child is not completely random. You know, the policies at your university may be somewhat endogenous to the demands of faculty at those universities. So in this paper, we're leveraging the introduction of new tenure clock stopping policies at the university level that are arguably exogenous to the condition of the economics department in particular. Men who are exposed, who are hired when a tenure clock stopping policy is available, are considerably more likely to get tenure at that first university they work at, whereas women are considerably less likely to get tenure in that first job. So men are much more likely to publish in top 5 economics journals when these policies are available, whereas we don't see any differences in the publication outcomes for women.
This also suggests that women aren't able to or willing to use this time as strategically. A group of assistant professors were randomly chosen to either enter a mentoring program or not. So what were the results for those who entered the mentoring program?
So the question that we tried to address was whether kind of a concentrated dose of mentoring could be helpful for junior women faculty in economics. The intermediate findings were encouraging in that people tended to have more publications, they had more grants, and an important thing was that they tended to have one more publication in a top journal. We also saw that there was an effect on the probability that women would get tenure, and that it seemed like they were getting tenure in better places on average.
So my paper was looking at how women and men are described differently on this online professional forum called Econ Job Market Rumors Forum. So a few years ago, that was before my senior year in college, I was looking for a topic basically just for my thesis. So during that time, there was a pretty significant incident that happened where two younger female economists were kind of attacked personally on the forum. First thing I did was to scrape the forum. I basically downloaded all the posts from the forum and basically classify them into, are they talking about a female versus a male?
Looking at all the words, it became clear that women were described in negative terms as opposed to men.
Posts about women are much more focusing on personal related topics, including family, children, physical appearance, versus for men is significantly more about professional characteristics. So you can see in the dynamics, like when they talk about women or minority, they often like go very quickly into like this affirmative action or like whether they have advantage because of their background rather than their professional side. But for like men, they tend to really stay on track of the professional discussion.
So our paper is trying to document how systematically different the treatment is between female and male when they present in academic seminars.
Seminars are where you advertise your work. It's where you get feedback. It's also where
the rough and tumble happens. That's where research gets hashed out, and that's where we decide who the profession's winners and losers are.
The co-authors had noticed, independently of each other, that there was a gender difference in seminars. Women and men seemed to be treated differently. This was anecdotal, so they got together to collect some hard facts. We find that women are interrupted more often than men.
women are asked 12% more questions than men during a typical economic seminar. They're asked more patronizing and hostile questions.
More is likely bad when there's more of the type of question that are very demeaning or would make the speaker lose their confidence or would make the audience start distrusting the speaker.
How do you make your name in the field? You stand up, you beat your chest, you bellow. Take every opportunity to let the audience know that you're smarter than the other person. We should take ideas seriously, we should battle about them. But being a dick is not a necessary condition for trying to discover truth.
We can have a courteous and polite environment where if we have strong doubts about someone's work, we can wait until the seminar is over. We don't have to be hostile on the spot.
Over the past 30 years since I've been in the profession, there's tremendous improvement. But at the time, time seems to be going by very slowly sometimes. So you have to take a long perspective. You have to be very persistent. You have to keep advocating for women. And it's not a job that just gets done and stays done. It's something that you have to keep working on.
Great. First of all, thank you very much. Thanks, Marieke, for doing this. So, I will start asking you some questions. I guess the movie, this is an important question, or maybe you can answer shortly, why did you do this?
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to make this movie was that I think my experience was that it is kind of tough to get a discussion that is without emotions. And given that I wanted to reach my male colleagues, I thought maybe one way to experiment is, what if I make a movie that just represents the facts, like we can talk, like we normally talk about other types of research topics. And so if I gather the facts that are published in our journals that we all recognize to be solid journals, then maybe we can have a more informed discussion and move away from the emotions. So that was my goal.
Yes, well thought. But then, of course, then I guess we're curious to know then what you found out. Did the movie improve the discussion? What type of reactions did you observe? What type of reception? What did you learn? I mean, we learn a lot from the movie, but I'm also sure one can learn a lot from the reception and the type of reactions that you observe. Which one were surprising to you? Which one were more prevalent in the profession?
Well, what I also think is super nice of a movie is that you can utilize them in many different ways. And so I've presented this as a keynote at one of our flagship conferences in finance. And there afterwards, I mean, it's very tough for me to judge what the impact is, but some very senior male professors came to me and they asked like, oh, is this online? Can I, that's one way I would love for this movie to be utilized, is that you in your own faculty would look at this movie together and then start the discussion. So that was their plan. I don't know if that happened, but I mean, I'm planning to organize several workshops where, for example, this fall, I'm inviting all the heads of the departments of the finance departments in Europe, or like not all, but almost all. And so that is not coincidental that I chose the head of the department, because those are often male. And so my goal is actually to have the discussion among our male colleagues, because not that I also think it's super useful to have the discussion among our female colleagues, but I have the feeling that that happens way more than the other thing. So, and then during this workshop, we would watch the movie, and then I've made like a follow-up movie where I've asked all the authors that feature in the movie their own policy advice based on their research, but also their own experience. So I will, in this movie, there will be, like I show here, all these words that are highlighted. I show all these policy suggestions made by them as a starting point of having concrete plans to alter. That's
fantastic. We will be curious to hear about how that goes. We'll talk about that. Yes, so the movie basically reminded us of this issue of underrepresentation of women and the leaky pipeline that we have discussed during these 2 days of workshop. And at the same time, we are happy to have here in the panel and also in the audience some female professors, women who climbed that ladder. And I'm looking at you, Joanna, right now. So maybe you can take the microphone, because I thought I would love to hear a bit your thoughts about the movie and what you saw in the movie resonates most with you based on your career, based on what type of barriers you faced and which one were more relevant to you with respect to what the movie and this conference in general highlighted.
Is it on now? Yes. Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation to this event. The movie is indeed a great summary of a couple of papers that have shaken, I think, the profession to the ground. I mean, most of these things were written because everybody said it's not true. So then we have now empirical data, evidence that it is so unequal and we should do something about it. But given that the movie is out there and it's all data-based, and given that I am always a data person, I will be very personal today. I hope you don't mind. So let me just start from a very personal note that I come from a family that is incredibly gender equal, or like gender even blind, maybe that's the way to put it. My dad was raised by 3 very powerful women, and he has himself surrounded him by women. I mean, his wife and 2 daughters. And both of us, my sister and I, we were raised not seeing that we are somehow women in males world. And that's on the one hand a handicap, so I didn't know there is an issue, but then it's also a blessing because I did not know there is an issue. And let me just give you a very specific situation that was just the beginning of my academic career. I started my PhD. I go to the first meeting of my chair, and I suddenly see all the women leaving the room, and they went to make tea or coffee for everybody else. Now, I did not know where they were going, and I only noticed that they were leaving the room because I was just observing what's going on. It was my first meeting. I was just trying to see, just realize what's going on. But it just didn't occur to me that I should join them and go to do the tea for everybody else, because that's not how I was raised, so I didn't. I was then informed that this was ill-perceived. I was educated not to behave the same way the next time. I did not really understand the lesson until my career today. So what I'm trying to say is that, in a sense, our academic careers or our academic environment can be extremely gender hostile, even if it's not based on objectively measured indicators such as whether or not you get tenure in a good school, whether or not you manage to publish in a good journal, whether or not you get a permanent position that's relevant in very many countries, not necessarily studied so far that extensively in the European context. So we have seen that there is research on whether students can be formed by the first instructor they get in a field. But what I want to emphasize is that what is really absolutely crucial is what you're formed with when you leave your home as a super young person. And it really takes a lot of external support if you don't leave from an egalitarian home like mine, because you just fall through the cracks of this entire system. The second thing we do, and I think we just need to stop, is we don't play the gender card often enough. For non-Polish speakers among you, that will take a little bit of explaining, but Polish language is gendered. Our nouns are gendered, our adjectives are gendered, our verbs are gendered. And we somehow never use that relative to scientists. Scientists are male, the way we use the word. And just to explain to you how ridiculous that is, I was about 30, and really many years after my PhD, before I learned was the female noun for scientist, because we never use it. We so much not use it that you don't even know what it is. And not playing this gender card is something that we as women should do, and all the female-friendly men should do, because until we actually start acknowledging that there is this gap of women that we need to fill, and we need to do that at language level, it just won't happen. The third thing on my list, just another thing, I'm a member of MPC, again, that is a gendered noun in Polish. When I use the gendered form, very many people attack me for downgrading my position. Let me repeat that in case you didn't get that. I am not allowed to use my gendered noun for who I am, because that is presumably downgrading my position. I get that a lot. So to me, first is, of course, what we cannot do with policy. That's home, but that's super important. And I don't think we can fix that at education, at university level. That needs to be fixed first. But we also need to make gender super visible in language and in how we formulate this stuff. And that translates to a lot of things. An example we've seen yesterday and we've seen today, a lot of papers on differential academic outcomes, publications, being invited to job talks, being successful at job talks. These are the standard things that we kind of measure, and we've seen great research on that, and that's super relevant. But the key is, are these the right outcomes that we should look at? So we have seen that in discussions yesterday and probably also today, that if we look at whether or not you're successful at getting tenure, we usually don't have tools powerful enough to observe whether it took different effort to observe tenure. So then we kind of go for proxy, like childbearing or something like that, gender equal tenure clocks. But then we're closing eyes to all this women should go and make tea type of behaviors, which I'm sure are not constrained to Central and Eastern Europe, because we don't have good proxies for them. So we're kind of doing, we're studying what we can put the spotlight on, such as childbearing, but we're just forgetting that there's this entire gray or shaded or dark area that we don't have good proxies for. And what other disciplines have done in such cases is simply start collecting qualitative data, survey data. In all the survey data that we collect, women and minorities report all kinds of obstacles and hostilities in our profession. This was mostly done in the United States or in America-based organizations. We just need to start doing more of that. Until we correct the survey data, we will not get good ideas on how to make causal, properly identified studies on those things that are right now out of spotlight. And we just dismiss them by saying, oh, we're just going to focus on childbearing. It's not, or whether or not you get, I mean, this research on questions during seminars, which is, I think, my favorite papers of past 10 years, is one of the examples of trying to overcome, like, we don't have the data, okay, so let's just collect them. And let's see if the level playing field is a fantasy or something that can be made more real. So I'm talking really long, but I just wanted to make these things clear. I will also have, I think, one point, but maybe we get in the end, because you were suggesting we should discuss policies, so I have...
We'll get back to that. Thank you, Joanna. This was super interesting, and I guess I was also, while watching the movie, thinking of this idea of like, we are, as economists, we tend to want to measure things, and we use that, and that's great, but some things cannot be really measured. And one thing that I keep getting back to is the implications of this bias in the teaching evaluations that you highlight. And we try to measure to what extent that matters, so whether then teaching evaluations are used for promotion, but what we probably are missing, and Sarah hinted to that, is like how the professor feels about those evaluations and the repercussions that that has on your personal happiness, but also on your career as well. Because one thing that I've experienced talking to colleagues is that if your teaching evaluations are less than good, then you tend to think that you have to put more resources into teaching, and that takes resources away from research. And that there's all these dynamics that they're hard to measure, but so we are... No, but yes.
Oh, yeah, so I mean, it wasn't just, my comment wasn't just about the way negative teaching evaluations make you feel. It's more the negative teaching evaluations are a symptom of a culture of unequal respect in the classroom. And it's like your tea example. I think that's a sort of microaggression. And I think a lot of female teachers experience microaggressions in the classroom. Like, the students are generally disrespectful. They use hostile, negative language towards the teachers. So I think it's the day-to-day experience of being sort of maybe a junior female in a sort of discipline which doesn't have equality of treatment and respect. I think that's more, I think that's a wider issue that we haven't really discussed. So it wasn't just how, everything during the term goes along in the same way, and then suddenly you get the negative teaching evaluation that makes you feel bad. That is a problem. But we've experienced a lot of instances where the students are, verbally abusive and just interrupt more and do not treat the junior females with equal respect. And I think that's the problem. Absolutely. That I was sort of trying to refer to, that I don't think we've been talking about. So it's the teaching equivalent of the behaviour in seminars, and I think as the behaviour in seminars has been documented, I think we need to look at how the sort of in a very male-dominated subject, the students are not treating the female staff with equal respect.
Yes, and maybe something similar, exactly the type of questions that are asked, whether are hostile. Like, my experience the first time I taught when I was a junior assistant professor was that after I proved something on the blackboard, I was asked, are you sure about that? And that really struck me, because I'm sure you don't ask that question to a male professor or a senior professor. Okay, so Sarah, since we are discussing with you, and actually what you're saying links in part to something I wanted to ask you about your great initiative, Diversify Economics, which looks a bit at the entrance level and having more diversity among undergraduate students. And I think it's a fantastic idea. Maria and I were already discussing that maybe we want to promote that in our home institutions, and we can talk about that. And thinking of that initiatives, things I will be curious to hear about is like how you conceive of this idea. Like, why did you think this could work as opposed to alternative interventions? Was this an intuition based on your personal experience, research? Because here we are in a unique position where we are researchers, but also experiencing some of these things. And then also, maybe I would like you to tell us what you think in terms of goals, a bit of the dynamics. Like, I'm thinking once we have a more diverse set of students that select into undergraduate economics, these students will want more of them to progress in a profession that may have not changed, and this different set of students may even have more of maybe even more crushed more into this profession because it's a different selection with different preferences, etc. And whether you thought about this.
Right, there's a lot of questions there. So let me start with why. So I was chair of the Royal Economic Society Women's Committee and spent quite a lot of time looking at the leaky pipeline and sort of focusing on the statistics up until sort of PhD, but then started looking at the figures on undergraduates and realizing that, there were very few women flowing into economics among undergraduate students, and it hadn't changed for a very long time. So we could do a lot to promote women and the representation of women within higher education institutions, but we were never going to achieve parity if fewer than 30% of undergraduate students were women. And so then the question is, well, how do you attract, more? And I should say, it's not just about women. I mean, I think the UK has a sort of maybe an extreme version of the problem, but I think the lack of representation of a broad range of socioeconomic backgrounds is also a problem in the US. I think we've seen that in relation to PhD. So it's not just gender. This is about diversity, gender, socioeconomic status, and minorities as well. So then, how do you solve that problem? And that's building a solution within the specific institutional context of the UK. So there have been similar initiatives in the US, but in the US, you can convert people or attract people to economics when they're in a university, because they don't have to choose their major until the end of the first year. So you can play around with your first year course, you can market to them, you can send them messages, and a lot of this stuff has been tried in the US. But in the UK, people make a choice about what university to go to and what major to choose before they come. So that meant that if we wanted to attract more people, we had to go to a sort of younger age group. So we chose to target 15 to 17-year-olds, not because we believe that's the only group that's important to reach, but because that's a group who are making key decisions about what subject choices they're going to follow later on. And also, we needed to sort of be quite targeted. The theory of change also rose from discussions with people about their perceptions of economics. So I used to do outreach events where I invite lots of students, and then you ask them, what do you think economics is about, and what do you think an economist looks like? And when you see what's coming back to you, you realize that there's this stereotype about economics, which is affecting people's subject choices. So, we were very clear that we think that a major barrier to a diverse set of people studying economics is this narrow perception of what economics is about, and a narrow perception of who is an economist. So that's really, how the sort of campaign, the idea of the campaign arose. I mean, it sort of ties in with other changes that are going on. I think, it's not enough just to attract more diverse people. We then have to support them while they're at university. So, there are initiatives in the UK and elsewhere, like the introduction of the core curriculum, which is teaching a much more data-driven, empirical kind of version of undergraduate economics. I think that's hugely important, because there would be nothing worse than attracting lots of people and telling them how exciting economics is, and then they do something that's really dry and boring, and you kind of sold them a dud. So, I think all of this goes together, but certainly I think, like in many, it's great to see that in many countries there are a much more diverse group of people who are going into economics. And that is also reassuring, because I think, this isn't fixed forever. We can change stereotypes. We can challenge people's perceptions. So sort of a belief that these things are malleable, and a sort of looking at the data and figuring out, like, well, this is what we're going to have to do if we're going to solve the problem. And then, from my own personal point of view, I kind of figured, well, no one else is doing it, so, I'm going to have to start it. And to be honest, the marginal benefit of me doing this is greater than the marginal benefit of me writing another academic paper. So I consider it quite a good use of my time. Even if, it's reassuring to see some of the results and to be connecting quite a lot of people who are actually interested in doing the same thing. So it's actually very, it's nice to sort of try to drive it forward.
Great, thank you very much, Sarah. It's nice that there are some reassuring results from these policies, and maybe I want to try to see whether we can have maybe a positive message when we look at your historical perspective, Carlo. So it was great that you took us on this historical journey, and I think one thing that maybe it will be interesting hearing from you is why specifically you thought it was important to have this long-term perspective, global and long-term perspective, and also maybe whether you think that after what you showed us or after what you've seen on the data, we have more reasons to be optimistic or pessimistic, or you don't know. No. You don't know can be an answer.
I think it's a huge question. I think really in general, I think one of the reasons we thought on the one, the historic perspective is interesting because in the end, there's basically, you always live in the now time, you see what's going on now, but you really don't have any idea of where did we actually start and how basically the pipeline is leaky today, but compared to 1900, there are more female academics in this room than in the entirety of Germany in 1900. And so on the one hand, basically, I think it was interesting to document this. On the other hand, of course, we wanted to also study countries beyond just the US, where a lot of these studies have been done due to basically great data availability. But I think otherwise, we hope that basically not only in this paper, but also in future work, we will be able to look at basically at specific case studies that will teach us about developments. So things that are not in the paper, but actually we looked at some point is really, how basically if a university hires, when do universities hire their first women? How is that impacting basically these universities? How, for example, also do things like female voting rights, which also didn't exist in the beginning of the 20th century in most of the countries in our sample. And if you take the case of Switzerland, it took a fair while to get there. Basically, how do these things influence it? And also another interesting factor, again, not in the paper due to lack of space, but we also looked at how, for example, the female participation in academia relates to the female labor force participation in the country in general. And surprisingly, there is a very low correlation between the two. And it's really, it is surprising. So I think what we took from that is really that the factors that prohibit women from participating in academia are to some extent different from the factors that basically prevent participation of women in the general labor market. And that basically also a lot of factors at the country level do not seem to be that important. Like the differences we see between different universities and their specific institutions, and also, of course, tremendously between different subjects, really, I think, are far more important. And that's, I think, where we basically, I think we can draw interesting lessons also for the now time. When it comes to basically, it's always risky as an academic to make predictions about the future, but in general, I'm I'm optimistic things are turning for the better. But I think we shouldn't become complacent. I think that's the main issue. We didn't get here from 0 to now 30% in economics by not doing anything. It's really about can we identify the obstacles that still exist? Basically, what are the things we should do? How can we also identify effective policies? So some hurdle. I think again, we talked about the measurement problem. I think that's intrinsic to a lot of things. We want to have the best publication, we want to have the best people in the field, but how do we define what is the research we want to do? How do we find the best publication? And we know in economics, if we say, we want to have the most cited research, basically, or we want to have the people who publish in top 5 journals. If we do that, then of course we basically might overlook stuff, and especially if there are hurdles very much at these entry to these journals or these conferences, and then we also they ignore all the things that are unobservable. And I think to think about these factors, I think that's basically where like interesting directions for new insights lie. And I think we all agree that basically we can learn a lot from making things that have not been measured so far, basically just more salient. Because in econ, again, basically we don't like qualitative evidence, so anything that cannot really be measured just often just gets overlooked.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, I wanted to hear your opinions or your points, but of course I do think the historical perspective is very important, as we think this global perspective is important because context can be very different. And this leads me to maybe take the discussion now to a bit our area of interest, as we like to call the set of countries where our network is present and that we tend to study. And we already saw a few presentations earlier about the status of academia in Poland, South Caucasus, and Belarus. But I know, Liev, you are an expert at this point in gender issues in the area, and I know that we discussed it several times. Just considering the area as a uniform block, it's definitely not the right approach, but to a certain extent, this set of countries have a common history. And you, in your talk, identified a couple of points where these countries are different than other countries that we normally study, Western Europe or developing countries. And I would love to hear whether you think that from the unique past of these countries, there are some lessons that we can learn very much in the spirit of this panel, of things to do or not to do, or where things might go if we do something.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Well, I would say the first lesson that we can learn is that things can be made differently and things can happen differently. That where we are is not set in stone. It's not set in stone that there should be less women in economics or more in physics. How many women there are in economics depends on many things, on how you manage your society, culture, etc., etc. So this, I would say, like gives some optimism, because otherwise, and this maybe some kind of optimism like Carlo's work, because sometimes you like look at all the discrepancies, all the inequality, and you say, oh, that's impossible. So okay, there never would be this many women in economics or physics. So we're just fighting useless cause. But no, if we look at different at past or different countries, we see that it is possible to change things. It is possible to change things on institutional level. It is possible to change things like on each particular level. I would not fully agree with Joanna about that, like non-measuring things. I think like we should measure things because we don't know how to make things correctly. We know the problem, but we don't know the solution. And there could be different solutions, and we should try different things. Yeah, something like that.
That's great. And okay, so I guess we have a little more than we have time for the second.
Could I just ask?
Absolutely.
So I was interested because you commented that the share of representation of women in academia was lower or was unrelated to the share of women in other professions. I mean, were you surprised by that? Because academic institutions sort of, I think, would like to think that they're very competitive and dynamic and they care about meritocracy, but they're just, they're elites, and elites will probably try to preserve their own position. So, I'm wondering, so, when you read the stories of the first women in academia in lots of male-dominated institutions and historically all male institutions. The men were, really trying to prevent the women from entering, and in a sense, that might just be carrying on. So, why were you surprised by that? Because it seemed, it would seem not, quite easy to understand in a world where you see universities and essentially as elite institutions who will do who are doing a lot to preserve their own power.
No, so basically, I completely agree with you. I think that like the more elitist and basically an institution becomes, the easier basically you have an in-group, and that is extremely selective, and basically the easier it becomes basically to keep people out. And I think we already touched on in the panel, it's not only women, it's just women are just mathematically the biggest minority, even though they're the majority of the population. But like if we we have follow-on work on like socioeconomic background, where the selection is even more tremendous. The best predictor of becoming a professor is having a father who is a professor, and even compared to professions with the same income. So doctors are like, who have more or less the same income, have like a quarter of the probability of becoming an academic. And the reason why we were surprised is because like a lot of these changes, like in female labor force participation, also went along with like better, because we really start from a setting where women were in many cases not allowed in universities, and we thought like, okay, now with improvements in female education, basically that this should eventually trickle to basically first into the labor force and then into basically academia. But the thing is really, again, I think in line with your intuition that basically it is an ivory tower, so it's easier to keep people out if you don't want them. And I think again, basically I think also like the things I think since we touched upon it, like and maybe we'll also talk more about what we should change and why we should change. It is really, I think, nice that you touched on also in your presentation, that somehow in economics we not only fail women, but we also seem to fail like the rest of basically the economists, when like half of the profession is just unhappy how things are run, and somehow it's just like a few elite institutions that basically seem to dictate the game. And like if you talk to any economist, like I have not met economist who hasn't complained about the peer review process and how we are doing it with the top fives, but nobody has really we haven't done anything about it yet. So I think it's also like the message that like we can really create like a nicer system, because also speaking as a man, like the economic seminar culture, it's not great for a man. It's rather that we have theories of statistical and taste-based discrimination, but we don't have like an established or well-working theory of like this systemic discrimination, where like once you have a group who's in charge and setting the rules, they set up the rules in their favor, and then anybody else who comes along later somehow ends up in a system where they really can't change anything, or it's hard to change things, and basically the system is just well designed for the people who set up the system in the first place. And I think that's the situation we are a bit in, and now we are slowly trying to push the equilibrium in a different direction, which hopefully is going to be more inclusive, but also overall hopefully a nicer climate.
Yes, thank you, Carlo. And talking about how we're trying to slowly change the system, I would like us to, given again the topic of this panel lesson, that we learn maybe to draw some conclusions on the type of policies that we discussed during these days and that we saw being highlighted in Mariake's video, in your presentations. And I took notes of like at least 6 policies that we have been mentioning, and I would like to hear from each of you, and maybe we can start from Johan and then go in this direction. I would like to ask you to pick either your most favorite or your least favorite and explain briefly why. And so the policies that we have been discussing, just for all of us to be on the same place, are this gender neutral tenure stop for parental leave, the uninterrupted time during the seminars, quotas in all sorts of committees, quotas for full professorships. We did not discuss them, but in some countries there are some positions where they advertise full professorship that are reserved for women. And these mentoring workshops for women, very focused, and the awareness intervention. So, Joanna, maybe we start from you.
Thanks. Just listening to this conversation between the two of you, I had a premonition. We're all the time talking about how we can fix our system And as Lev said, let's try different things, we see what's going to happen. Now, we're trying with real people. Some of their careers will be broken. The costs of our experiments are non-zero. And what it made me realize, especially your part of the conversation, is that we need to also start thinking about how do we prepare people from outside academia when they're young to survive in our not very hospitable environment when they decide to join it. Because as you said, one of the reasons why it's so high probability that, why the probability of becoming an academic is so much related to who your parents were. I'm today on a family streak, so my dad and my mom were not academics. They were actually black sheep in the family. All my grandparents were academics. So what I'm trying to say is that one of the reasons, it was an obvious thing to me that you can be an academic and that you can be a woman academic. It's just like how I was brought up. So I was looking at all those people doing all those crazy things that I thought were not very nice, but who cares? As sometimes it rains and sometimes it doesn't. That's it. That wasn't something that was driving my choices. But if you come from an environment where you don't know what the rules are and you suddenly face a lot of hostility, how do you deal with that? And until we start making academia not only fixed from the inside with all kinds of tenure clocks and all this stuff, but also how do we help people from the outside survive in this Martian atmosphere without oxygen and much other friendly stuff, we're not going to have much success. And this is one of the reasons I'm saying is from your policy options. We're running a small organization that's a research organization, and we're really trying to be gender equal. We're facing a lot of challenges on this way, but one of the biggest challenges for me as a senior in that organization is that I don't know how, but I need to learn how to motivate my junior women colleagues to actually take their own careers very seriously. And they don't take their careers very seriously because, historically speaking, they're either not from academia or, their entire private surroundings don't take academia very seriously. In Poland, it doesn't bring you much money, it doesn't give you much prestige. So it's a kind of expensive hobby to do it. And you can be very eccentric and then it's fine, but if your friends are not very friendly to being eccentric, then you may prefer to lean in and start making real money in corporate world. It's not something we can fix in academia, right? It's just something we need to help people deal with when they decide to join our world. So I'm not really referring to your points, but this is because I'm not really sure. It's going to take us a long time to fix it. And I'm not sure if young people who would like to become academics, who would like to provide all their crazy ideas and push the frontier of science and just give all their heart, if they have the time for us to wait. They first need to become warned and armed to be able to survive, and then we can perhaps change the system.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, one acceptable answer is like none of these policies is interesting to me, and I could propose something different.
I think that what you are touching on is the problem starts far earlier, and I think professor is such a weird occupation that many people are not even probably aware of this career path, or if you don't know anyone who's an academic, how would you even know what it entails? And then even if you by accident end up in the career, then basically you are suddenly stuck in this weird environment. I think we probably all agree that this is like a hurdle, which is probably also the largest hurdle once basically for people to make it into academia. It's now just, of course, can we fix there are probably still some things we can fix within the academic environment. And I think these interventions then come into play. Of course, ranking then is a bit difficult. So I think when it comes to these committees, I think basically you cited the evidence from Manuel, basically in Warwick, where adding women to these committees doesn't help. And on the other hand, of course, if you, again, it comes at a time cost for the women involved. So any committee you introduce now where you put a quota, basically you want to be better sure that it actually helps. And then it's a question, if we now still have committees where women are not represented at all, basically, is that because women don't want to go into it, or are the men so toxic in these committees that basically if we now add women, it doesn't make things better? So again, basically, I think there the evidence isn't the clearest. Like then the other point with quota, so like we know in economics if there's discrimination, basically like a well-adjusted quota can help. Similar to if we have market power, a minimum wage can improve things. And in general, like when it comes, like we have the evidence for the Swedish quota for politicians, where it actually seems to clearly, a quota will always help with representation if it's binding. And there also basically it helped with quality. And I think in line with like an idea that there was hurdles to entry. Similar arguments can be made in academia, and I think in some situations it would be, I don't think it would be inappropriate. The question is always for me, where to set the number, and it's, do we go with parity? Again, I would be interested to hear what the other panel members think, because like, I've been thinking about these issues and I always feel very uncertain of basically how to then implement quota regulation, because these regulations are not necessarily completely cost-free, but again, and then I'm always basically torn when it comes to deciding these things. Then like with these parental leave regulations, I think it becomes, again, like it's not like again, I think like some of these, I think are easy to implement, having a nicer seminar culture, making sure people aren't constantly interrupted. And even Bocconi, Bocconi, I think, has a relatively nice seminar culture, for example, compared to the University of Chicago. But it's still like when the computer scientists attended our job talk, they were shocked that like the economists are so rude. They interrupted after 5 minutes and asked questions and didn't just let him talk for an hour. And I now sometimes give presentations for computer scientists, and I'm getting worried, like, have I lost my audience completely because nobody asked any questions? Maybe like 20 minutes in, somebody asked something. So I think improving I think these are cheap things that we should definitely do. But of course, changing a seminar culture on its own is not going to basically fix the overall problem. It's just like, it's one piece, I think, and we should get started, but it's rather that, okay, what is the overall culture in economics? Who are basically the people who set these rules, and how can we basically together come up with a nicer rule set, hopefully, basically, and maybe in Europe we have more leeway, basically, given that, like the MBR, based on the research, clearly doesn't favor women, but it also doesn't favor Europeans, and it's like and there are a lot of other biases that prevent you from participating there. So I think maybe like if we can also come up with our own rule book, but I would be very much interested what the other panel members think here.
Okay, so I wanted to say three things. So I think the answer is very complex, so I'm not going to say anything that fundamentally is different. But based on the conversations that I have, that I think it's interesting as economists. To me, we're stuck in one equilibrium, and it's very difficult in many dimensions that economists have studied to move to a different equilibrium where they're and in this setting, maybe going from a planned economy to a market economy, these transitions are going to be very costly, and typically these costs are borne by the people who are currently stuck in this equilibrium. And I think, to me, it's like an illusion to think that this is not going to be costly, and that's very sad to conclude. But I think these costs need to be borne, otherwise this path, I mean, we're now stuck, at least in economics or financial economics. There is no progression in the share of women, and that has been stuck for almost 15, 20 years. So I think moving radically to this new equilibrium will be costly. And so I understand that there will be huge retaliation, and it will be very costly for women, for example, to join in these quotas. But maybe I think we need such a shock, and we need quotas in order to move to the next equilibrium. And then I wanted to take up two advices of my two interviews in my movie. And so one is by Alice Wu, this PhD student at Harvard, and I really feel the same. I think what we really need is more men to fight for this cause. And so what I really would love to see is my male powerful colleagues. So whenever I'm at a conference, I want to speak to the editors and everything to fight for the same cause. And so Daniel Wolferson, he suggested, and so this is also what he does, is that within his own faculty, he's really making signals to his colleagues that if they behave differently, and so this is not like a radical statement, but so if they behave as if they want to impress him as a senior faculty in a manner that is really, not very productive, and he really afterwards talked to them and say like, look, this is not how you're going to impress me. This is not how you get higher up in our faculty, if that's your goal. And then secondly, what he does, and so this I think, and this is also what we're going to do in these workshops, is that so I think it's obvious we're not going to change on our own, and so we need outside pressures as well. And so what Daniel does is that if he, for example, documents some really unsavory behavior in our profession, is that he writes, for example, an op-ed for the New York Times. And the reason why he does that is not because he enjoys it, because I think you suffer from a lot of retaliation for doing this kind of stuff. But the reason that he does that is that the deans will read the New York Times op, and then the dean will phone or talk to the head of the faculty to say like, what is going on? How can this persist within your own group of researchers? And I think this outside pressure might actually be more effective than waiting for us to do it on our own.
I think a wish list with 3 things. I really would like to demystify and democratize economics for the wider population. I think it's often presented in a very mathematical and elitist way to the wider population, and I think we really need to do a lot more to attract young people and to engage the wider public in conversations about economics and empower them to think that economics is a subject on which they have things to say. I mean, I don't know, that's kind of quite a broad ambition. I would also, on a day-to-day level, like to make economics an environment where people feel respected and valued. I think a lot of people suffer from being in a toxic environment, whether it's the people who are teaching or in seminars. And I very much admire your initiative to, make the men kind of sort of participants and owners of this problem too. I think that is really important. But we know that men talk more in meetings. They tend to dominate. The microaggressions I think the junior females experience from students, the seminars. I think that's probably something that department heads, if they take seriously, can try and police and or promote a positive culture. And then finally, I think we need to establish incentive systems that reward a much wider form of, much wider range of activities as a counterpoint to the power that is held by, a small number of institutions, mainly outside Europe, and a small number of individuals, And I don't know whether the REF will be successful, but at least it provides incentives and it signals value to things other than top 5 publications. And I think that to me seems quite promising, and initiatives like that, whether it's objective promotion criteria that are very broad, or systems that allocate funding above and beyond just rewarding the top 5. I think those are also important in sort of trying to break the power, I think, that is very concentrated in economics and probably in other science subjects.
Well, I would again start with a general note that this gender inequality is a big topic. So it consists of many small problems. So first, to fix them, we need to dissect this problem into many, and then probably each of them will have its own solution. Some would be costly, some cheap, some fast, some slow. So it's like as a general note. So, second thing, I agree very much with what Marika I'm sorry for pronunciation if it's wrong, said that well, we live in society, which means that part of the solution of this problem comes from political economics. So everybody should agree on something and do something to change this equilibrium, change behavior, etc. Well, which means that we should, when we think about policies, we should think about this backlash or update of beliefs or general equilibrium effects. That's why, for example, out of the policies that you suggested, I would be like a fan of gender-neutral tenure clock, but less of a fan of quotas, because what's the enemy of the quotas? Bayesian updates of beliefs. Imagine if there would be a quota, like, I don't know, quota in Federal Reserve System for women chairs, and then there would be people who would rationally think that Janet Yellen got this position because of quota, not because she is an excellent economist. This happens in real life. Universities which are very hard on affirmative action, there are worse results of people who graduate, of women who graduate or minorities who graduate from it, because people update their expectations. Yeah, and just to finish this, I would also say that I don't think, honestly, that most people are like sexist and chauvinist, and I don't think that most economists are this. I disagree with the research by Alice Wu. Of course, if you would go read economics job market rumors, then it would appear that only white racists work in economics, but that's just a website. So that's why I think very important is this last policy that Pamela suggested about basically bringing light to some of the biases that we may have without even like thinking about it. I don't think that, for example, in most seminars, these people specifically want to like target women. Maybe this is part of the culture, this is how it happens. And it could be very well, I'm not sure, I'm not saying that it would work for sure, but it could be very well that just like talking about this research, just showing this hard fact, will make people think, am I doing it? Maybe like think twice on the next seminar? Maybe not, but if it will work, it would be super cheap.
Yes, I think we are, yes, or...
There was a follow-up study with that. So they actually did the seminars and then they followed up on NBR Summer Institute. And in some of the NBR Summer Institutes, they told people that participation and interventions are going to be coded by people in the room. And they still asked more and stupider questions to women. So Lev, I admire your optimism, but I just don't share it.
As I said, it could work. If it would work, it would be very cheap. If it doesn't work, then we need other solutions.
Yeah, I think overall it seems that the most contentious policy is the quota, because as Marieke said, it's probably the one that has more cost, and then of course we're more divided about that. But so we will have plenty of discussion to make, and probably we can keep having this discussion over lunch. And I'm sorry that we went a bit over time, and we subtracted some time to the lunch. I hope you thought it was worth it. And so we're going now to have lunch.
And welcome to this second panel discussion of today, which is about early stages of academic career. The early stages of an academic career can present unique challenges for both men and women, but there are specific factors that may make it more challenging for women. Norms, expectations, and stereotypes associated with gender lead to women being perceived as less competent in many domains, less influential. Female applicants, have we heard, are rated as less competent, less hireable. compared to male applicants who are comparable qualifications. Women face biases in hiring, in promotion, in publication and citations, smaller networks and collaborations, which all can hinder their advancement in any career and including in academic ones. And furthermore, work-life balance and family responsibilities disproportionately affect women, also in academia, and they often come at the same time, require synchronized investment. So we are fortunate today to have with us an outstanding panel of experts to discuss this topic, drawing from the research or other life experience that are relevant for this topic. Let me introduce them to you, and I ask them to come to the stage. We start with Jaroslava Babuš, who is the academic director of iSITE Policy Institute and also leading a macroeconomic policy research center at iSITE PI. You already listened to Jaroslava. Her research interests focus on macroeconomic stability and growth patterns in transition economies, but she's also part of our now many years initiative on focus on gender economics. And within it, she has contributed a lot on the topics of gender gaps, both in the labor market and household dynamics. We have Federica Braccioli, who is a PhD candidate in economics at the Institute of Economics and Econometrics at University of Geneva, and a postdoctorate research at the Institute of Economic Analysis and the Barcelona School of Economics. She is also the co-founder of Rare Voices in Economics. It's a PhD students' initiative to discuss and engage with issues related to diversity and inclusion in the economic profession, which is guided by academic research and also personal reflection. It's really perfect fit. We also have Marta Gmurek. She joins us from a different field. She is professor at the Department of Molecular Engineering at Łódź University of Technology. I will not try to describe her research focus, but I will say that she is also representing the Polish Young Academy, a group of young researchers at the Polish Academy of Science. So she's also very directly involved with early stage careers. And finally, will join us again Alessandra Casarico, who is Associate Professor of Public Economics at Bocconi University, CECIFO Research Fellow, as well as Research Fellow and member of the Managerial Board of the Dondana Research Center on Social Dynamics and Public Policy, also at Bocconi. She is also a member of the Gender Committee of the Italian Economic Society, and she's the author of many papers and books on gender inequality in the labor market and beyond. We listened to 2 of them yesterday. And after the heroic contribution of yesterday, Alessandra agreed kindly to contribute today as well, a little bit extra, and regale us with the introduction to today's panel. Welcome, Alessandra.
No, thank you for having me today as well. I'll be very brief in this introduction, and I will certainly not parallel the movie that we saw in the previous panel. So I would just like to bring up a few issues, starting from what we listened to yesterday. So the focus for this panel is the early years and then career progress in academia. And as Maria was saying, the early years may be critical not only for women, but just for all junior researchers, and maybe slightly more so for women. And what happens early in your career is going to somehow stay with you later on. So it's really important that we focus on creating a level playing field just from the beginning. And as Sarah was telling us this morning, maybe just creating this level playing field should start earlier and earlier, okay? But now let's just look at the first steps of entering the university. And yesterday we heard that, for instance, it is important to understand whether there are differences in the exit from academic research for women, We saw that there is a longer time women have to spend before they participate to, let's say, the competitions in order to enter a tenure track assistant professor position. We heard that there are gender gaps in income for academics at early stages of their career. We also saw that sometimes we lack diversity not only by gender, but this is also reflects into the type of topics we focus on, and so maybe we are not ready, let's say, to answer the challenges that Janet Yellen is talking about in the statement that Sarah reminded us about this morning. And so I think that there is really a lot of plumbing that we need to do, all the entire academic pipeline. And I think there was an important topic which was raised this morning, which has to do with the culture that we live in when we are in academia. And I think that, I mean, we really need to do something in order to change our environment, which also, based on some personal experience, sometimes can be very toxic. And on the one side, we can somehow provide junior researchers tools in order to make them more resilient. But then there's the biggest challenge, which is just to, if you want, go for an overhaul of the rules according to which academia runs, also in order to make it more open to the youngest students who do not have experiences of academia in their life. I'm one of them. I'm what now is used is just the first generation, so I'm first generation. And so I think there's a lot to be done. And just to connect with the personal anecdote and connecting to what Carlo was saying this morning, I think that one of the first conferences I went to right after the PhD was a conference in public economics, and it was in Moscow. And there was the registration, and I was just standing in the line just in order to register, let's say, myself for this conference. And I was just there. I was one of the few women there. And there was a series of men just jumping completely in the line and just going ahead of me, right? And I knew them from their names. They were Japanese professors, and they were just going ahead of me. And I was just puzzled to say, what's going on here? Until a Swedish professor came, so maybe there's something related to the story about the changes over time that Carlo was talking about this morning, and he just came there and just said, hey, look, she's just in the queue and she has to register for this conference just as much as you have to register for the conference. And I don't know, I think that for me, that was the first experience where I thought, okay, I need to be somehow careful as a woman in this profession. I think that many things have changed since then, both in terms of awareness and in terms of focus on this topic, but there are still a lot of things to be done. So I'm looking forward to our discussion in order to think more about what we can do to improve the life of us all and of science in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra, again. And yes, I'm also looking very much forward to listen to your contributions, and I will, since you have outstanding backgrounds to talk about this topic, I will let you start from whatever you think is the most important thing you want to say in this topic, again, based on your research or based on your experience working in science and being women.
Thanks. So what is the most important from the young scholars' point of view? So there are the barriers like insecurity, short contracts, but we know that because it's in all disciplines. But from my experience in my field, maybe also in economics, is the lack of support from women, for young women. So this syndrome is called Queen Bee, and it's really, really problematic and big issue in engineering and technical study, when we saw today that we have only 12% of professors, female professors, and then when they become professors, they start to think like men. And then they treat these young women like they are not good enough, they are not dedicated enough, because they are starting to think, okay, I want to have family. And from this professor point of view, okay, this is not the time for that, you know, you should to do your PhD, then you need to go to a postdoc, and then maybe we offer you a contract, and then, okay, maybe you will be 40, and then maybe this will be the time for family. So this is really a huge problem, but also I have several barriers. Of course, the pay gap. In Poland, it's very problematic in the postdoc position. And also, what else? Lack of opportunities for this part-time work for these young mothers, but also for fathers, because as we talk about young researcher, we need to talk also that there are the men that are the head of the family, and there are also young fathers, and this is also problems for them. Okay.
For me, what I see is some of the key barriers and to academic success in early career, and they have been mentioned by you, by in the literature. Now it's this tough competition that in the beginning of your career, where you have to put out make your name known, put out the research work, but that coincides with the prime fertility years for women, and women's clocks, biological clocks, are ticking in a different way than for men. So on top of that, there are social expectations that are coming from the families, and from the society in general, not just your families, but circle of friends, acquaintances. So to go against that, to balance, make your career priority over your family, or having children in the early years is very tough. You have to be of a certain character, and this may be leading to this queen bee also affects only certain women with certain characteristics of character traits can make it to the top, and once they make it to the top, they adopt it as something that is normal. And I was also very surprised, when I read that women in the South Caucasus don't consider that gender equality is at all a problem, or there should be something to be pursued. Why is that? I mean, why do they think it's not a problem? Have they not experienced the same things that, this discrimination? They probably have, but they are perceiving it differently. I mean, it's like victims of bullying sometimes can have different perceptions, distorted perceptions of what is right or wrong. So it's particularly tough, for the women in the South Caucasus to go against the grain, because social expectations are so ingrained. And I'm sure Poland is also a very traditional society, but some of the statistics in the South Caucasus are just striking. From what policies or practices I think may be useful. From my experience, I think these coaching, collaborative projects with senior scientists that pair women with senior scientists early in their career have proved extremely useful, and in the context of South Caucasus, I think where research is underfunded to begin with. There is not much support. When you receive some grants or when you receive some financial support from EU, let's say, or from some other sources, and that allows you also to collaborate with senior people in the profession, that's a tremendous stimulus to do further research. And this could lead to creating this critical mass in the profession that will later translate into more and more women joining. And Georgia has very positive experience in that. We saw, for example, that there are women in physics that are publishing on par with men. We know chess, players, women chess players, Nona Gaprindashvili, one of the foremost chess players in the world, and she is not alone. I mean, there is a whole culture of women who are passionate about chess, and so it's this critical mass is not just empty words. I mean, it's once it's there, it really bears long-term results. So thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Maria, for leaving the freedom to. So I'm going to take the freedom to maybe use personal experience to make a few points. So what I believe have been additional obstacles during the PhD. And I think maybe the biggest is at the beginning not being aware that there are additional obstacles. So you see that it's difficult, you see that there are things you can't do with respect to your male peers, and you don't know, and you feel you don't belong, it's not something that it's for you. So I completely agree with what was said by Alessandra now and many other panelists before. Awareness is, I think it's really, really important. And then I would also say that awareness comes with some backlashes at the beginning, because everything you said, all obstacles we have mentioned now, they're huge and they're really a lot. So opening the box of awareness, it means being overwhelmed by so many additional problems you have to take care of. And one issue with that is that you may end up internalizing all these costs and maybe deciding that it's too much and it's not worth the effort because there is no hope. So I think in my experience, what was very important was to learn about how resources and raise awareness. Share this with peers. This gives a lot of support. And then creating safe space where you can start unpacking a lot of gender trained behavior that are holding you back. So once you're aware of that, so maybe just to give an example that maybe haven't been mentioned before. So women are more likely not to ask questions in seminars because we believe that our questions are not relevant or not worth it, or possibly we haven't really understood the point. And so this makes us participate less and feel less part of the group. So once I realized that that's true, and then now I keep on seeing it everywhere I go, in every conference I go, being aware of it at the beginning is scary because once you learn, you know that there's something you can do about it, and then you have to do it. And so, but then, little by little you learn, so maybe in a safer space where it's workshop, reading group, you practice how to be the first one raising your hands, and the beginning is just training thing. And then hopefully the curiosity for the topic that's been discussed comes back and really gives this sense of belonging and of, really reconnect with the scope of what you're doing. So I think a good part of it is understanding what are the additional obstacles that are also we create with our gender trained behavior, and then find a way to practice and learn how we can change it little with baby steps. So maybe this for the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica. Did you want to? No. Okay.
No, I think that this point of the safe space is very important, and even now that I'm clearly, I mean, much older than you are, I'm still searching somehow for this safe space where I can talk without, let's say, seeing my opinion without feeling that I'm just judged as soon as I open my mouth. So maybe this is just me, and it just I wasn't able, let's say, to process it so well. But in general, I think that it's also the environment in which we are. It's not that necessarily it's us who are wrong, and maybe it's just that the culture that it's in our profession is a bit too aggressive, and so we need to change that, to change that as much as we can. I think that also having some role models ahead of you is very important, because I think it was said this morning, you can visualize yourself in that position. And we have evidence that these mentoring programs are also very important. But the other thing that you were mentioning is just this peer networks. So I think that in the past, these were not very common. And with Pamela, we are going to have a conference in Stockholm with women in political economy. And we didn't have any of these initiatives, let's say, years ago, but Pamela knows this, but I mean, we proposed to have something similar, women in, and I proposed it in Italy, and it was very, it was not taken particularly well, because they just said, well, this is just discriminatory against men. And it was very hard to convince the potential funder of this initiative that there would be benefits in doing something like this. So it's baby steps. It's just, let's say, learning and using what we have learned from our other experiences, from mentoring to role models to promoting peer networks. And I think that the final goal is just to make the profession somehow more inclusive. And I think that's really key in order to make, let's say, attract more diverse people with diverse backgrounds to the profession itself, but then allow people to thrive within the profession, because I think that we are also losing some talent just because of the way we treat people. I'm not talking about everybody, but I mean, there is this type of aggressive approach within our profession. And this is just not to mention whether we want to do something about the general rules according to which we are promoting tenure, so on and so forth, but just thinking about where we work and the type of work environment we are in. I think that there's something that could be done and which would benefit not only, let's say, the women who could thrive, but let's say the profession as a whole.
Sorry, can I just add one thing?
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
While you were talking,
it's completely fine to react to each other. Absolutely.
Okay, so while Alessandra was talking, maybe I just wanted to clarify that I totally agree that there are a lot of obstacles that we can't solve. I mean, it can be solved only at institutional level. So there are like rules and discussion and policy research that is guiding us through these obstacles. But I think what it's a bit even more overwhelming when you're junior is because none of this is in your power. You can't change any of this, and there is no way you can suggest, you can have ideas, but you don't know the rules of the game and you don't have power on that. So putting the lenses on you and on what you can change about yourself or your behavior, it gives you a little bit it makes you own a bit the part of the problem on which you can act, and you have active role. While the rest, of course, it's important, but it maybe comes later, and it's good to engage and to participate, but you feel you don't have power on that. So yeah.
Let me ask a follow-up question then about.
Sorry, I need
yes,
to,
of course.
Just to add something about this, what Federica mentioned about the lack of awareness. And in the Polish Young Academy, we are thinking about this, and we decided to go to kids, to kindergarten, and start them to learn how to be confident and to talk with these small girls and learn them that they should not be passive when they see discrimination or something like that. and then during the education, this can help them, and when they decide to become a scientist, then maybe they will be aware of this situation in academia.
Yeah, so this sounds like a fantastic initiative, and I will come back to that. I wanted to ask Federica about this, your initiative on rare voices in economics, if this was inspired together with your co-organizer by this kind of awareness and first experiences. You want to tell us more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was, yeah, definitely the first thing we were just gathering over in coffee and lunch, very informal, and yeah, discussing how we feel about PhD and how we feel about what we are doing. We like what we are doing, but still something is off. So the first thing we realize is we are not aware of what is going on. There is literature on gender gap, on even gender gap in academia, but we are not aware of that. So the first thing we did was to run a workshop series where we unpack all the different stage of additional obstacle in academia, very similar, but of course different level to what Sarah presented this morning. And this gave us a lot of awareness of where are where are the bottlenecks, and we pair that with sharing personal experience and also literature in psychology and behavioral economies, where we could understand what are these gender-trained behavior that are holding us back from participating and engaging with our work. And from there, and we also, role model of course is important, so at the end of each workshop there was a senior female faculty that would join and share her own experience and how she went through different obstacles that she faced in her career. And that's of course very empowering, because you see a lot of things are possible. So for example, you see a lot of successful women, smart, engaged, and that they love the job they do, and they also have beautiful families. They manage to have both, and this is another problem that it's when you start, it's not clear that it's one or the other. And then from there we kind of grow, and we organize other events, conferences, and maybe another thing that it's a little bit. It's less conventional, but still was very empowering. We had theater workshop to practice presentation skills in a hostile environment for minorities. So we know that conferences and reading groups, they're important moments for our career where we get feedback, we kind of engage with other researchers. And yeah, because of a lot of things were said also in the previous panel, this is more challenging for women and other underrepresented minorities. So we got this training in a very playful and fun way. And I think maybe one takeaway from that is to kind of reverse, so learn that it's not personal, it's about, it's about playing, each person play his own role, and the role of the presenter is to own the stage. And then there is the audience that is also his own or her own interest. And putting this emotional distance helps to move forward and again engage again with the playfulness of the seminar presentation. And then we got a lot of course, a lot of support from the faculty. The faculty were mainly men, but they were extremely supportive. So when we opened the mentoring program, a lot of men also volunteered to be mentor only for, even if they knew that only women were actually mentee. And thanks to that, we were able to open the mentoring program also to male PhD students, because mentoring, it can benefit everyone, not only minorities. And maybe one last thing I want to add about the mentoring, it was said before, but I think it's worth repeating. Also the lack of network, it's a thing for minorities at the early stage, because it takes longer to feel part of the group, and also to identify yourself with someone that is successful researchers in whatever successful means. And maybe because what's successful for men, it's different for us. So what we consider successful, it's maybe slightly different. So we cannot see, we take longer to see that. So yeah, and now the association is still running. There are amazing PhD students doing an amazing job. So they're gathering resources. We engage, maybe we talk about this later, in discussion on sexual harassment, sexual misconduct in the profession. That has been a huge scandal lately. So yeah, opening a space for reflection was probably the first step, and I think it's still there and still ongoing.
Thank you, excellent. And so going back to Marta then, there has been a lot of focus in STEMs about involving more girls and more women. But as we heard before, the challenge might be a little bit different for economics, because more children learn less about what economics is about and don't imagine themselves, while everybody studies STEMs. So then maybe the challenge there is instead on extra academic skills, like you were talking about, more confidence, more like awareness of what obstacles you are facing once you want to, even thinking about becoming a scientist or going further up in a STEM career. What would you say have been successful initiatives that have really improved the situation and that maybe we can copy also?
So we, in Polish Young Academy, we are divided for many fields. So this is not only initiative to focus on STEAM, but also humanities. And the idea is just to support these kids and learn them these soft skills. And this is the one part that we are working on. But also we had these initiatives that it's for, I think now it's more than 5 years. We organizing the meetings, became a researcher, a female researcher, and it's divided to 2 parts. The first part is just the presentation of 4 different scientists from different fields, from medicine, humanities, science and engineering. And the second part is just the discussion we called it in the table. So just more in this private way, when the young girls, students and PhD students can ask about some things that they don't want to ask in this big room with the conference. And this is very successful. This is something that, that's why we decided to go ahead. And last week we started the cooperation with Perspective Foundation Women in Tech, and new program, Women in Science. This will open for all Polish scientists. And then we want to build the environment that will be supportive for these young people, but also for the senior researchers, because we had this question from also older scientists, professors, that they don't feel comfortable and they don't feel confident and they want to learn it. So that's why I think that we need to start from this kindergarten and say for these girls, you don't have to wear a pink dress, you can to play the car. And this is, of course, everything is okay. And also for boys, you can cry, it's also okay. And then if they feel that's all these feelings and that's behave that they want to behave, it's okay, then start to see that's okay, so maybe it's not good when the man says something which is, offensive, and then they start to say, you shouldn't say that. Yeah.
It's a mix of awareness and also training to learn to do that, just learn to do that. And it's good to start early. Thank you. If we go back to Eastern Europe then, we heard a little bit in different presentations already today that there might be an Eastern Europe perspective to this issue. And you talked about the South Caucasus, and Lev talked a little bit about Belarus. And you both talked about this different way of the double burden, right? Of the norms in terms of the family versus work domain. So is there also an Eastern European perspective on solutions? What is your experience?
Yeah, I think I agree that we have to start from the kindergarten, and we have to start from the basics, teaching boys and girls skills, life skills, respect for each other, and also the fact that they are human beings. They're equal in many things. I mentioned already that most of the girls. It's probably not just in the South Caucasus, but I saw the South Caucasus questionnaire data. 96% of the girls are taught how to do household chores, while 30% of the boys are, only 30% of the boys are taught that. So that means that the rest are not expected to contribute to the household cleaning and cooking. And I know for fact from my 4-year-old boy that they're very interested in that. They want to participate, and they want to cook, and they want to help clean. And if we suppress that, that's not natural. That's not how the human being should develop. And I'm very proud, for example, that recently my 4-year-old said that his favorite color is pink. So I did something right. Didn't teach him that this is the only way. And I think this is somehow should be adopted from the early stages. I mean, we see, for example, that in the South Caucasus right now there is huge gap in the unpaid care work burden on men and women. Women spend nearly 5 times more time on unpaid care. This is one of the highest numbers in the region and in Europe. They spend and there is no difference from the recent time use survey, no difference between women with higher education and women with lower level of education, how much time they spend on household chores. When women spend 3.7 hours a day, while men spend only 0.7 hours a day on this chores. The difference is huge, and that contributes to this double and triple pressure on women to contribute to the family while also having career. So yeah, I agree that the solutions should start on the very basic levels.
So we have talked also about the importance of the environment, the culture, what is conducive to, what is perceived as an hostile environment. The extreme manifestation of that is perhaps sexual harassment and misconduct, which is not specific of academic career, of course, and it's not specific of early stage career, but perhaps it's most damaging at the early stages because it compounds the sense of insecurity, the difficulty finding your way and belonging. So it could really disrupt at the beginning. This has been highlighted in economics as well, perhaps a little bit later than in other fields. Federica, do you have a perspective on this?
Yeah, so for sure this is very, it's a major issues that we're facing, and probably we do not have yet the right tools to fight back. Probably what we're missing, and at least my understanding from the discussion that was going on in last fall, but also in the past few years, is that we don't have a system for making perpetrators accountable for their actions. But yeah, so these are of course very serious and very extreme situations that we need to take care of in some in places that are probably not even inside the department, but they're legal cases. But there are also a lot of so this is very exactly it's this extreme of the spectrum of what is unacceptable behavior. But there is like a huge gray zone that comes from cultural background and also stereotypes that we possibly have a margin to improve before it leads to situations that are too serious. So some things that we have started also with the association. So last year we had the second edition of our annual conference. And then we thought while introducing the role of the association, also to mention explicitly what it is, what's sexual harassment, and what are the resources that are available in our institutions and partner institutions in case something happened, and really just mentioning in a very open way that it's not acceptable. We don't want. We wish there was no need to talk about it, but unfortunately there is. And if someone is victim of anything, speak up, support your friends or your peers, your colleagues, and to report. And I believe this is something that it's per se very important, just to validate the experience of any potential, even I don't want to say minor because nothing is minor in this spectrum, but maybe less serious misbehavior. And then something that we have also going on, and hopefully will turn out in a positive experience, is to have this discussion and this type of presentation at the research day that we have in our department with the faculty as well. So now we're working on, I'm not sure yet how we're going to navigate that, but having a presentation was misconduct and sexual harassment with both junior and senior in the room, and hopefully having this conversation, creating this space, and giving also people tools to approach this discussion in case something happens, will help to navigate anything, and even ask for help or ask for suggestions. That are, when we talk about it, there are a lot of male that are unsure whether they are actually having some behavior that can be perceived as unfair, or maybe they're just putting the other person in an uncomfortable situation, but they're not aware of that, and they would like to learn how to behave in a way that is perceived as fair and not So yes, of course, this is the first, again, baby step, and it doesn't solve the biggest issue, because harassment, it doesn't get solved with that, but it mitigates a lot of, and it creates the culture of speaking up and making socially unacceptable to have certain type of behavior. Let's see how it turns out.
Anybody else wants to react to, or any other experience?
Maybe one comment, because we had this discussion when the gender equality plan was prepared. And I'm very happy that you mentioned that, and that something is going on, because when we talk about GP, it was like that. Okay, something that happened, but it's not connected to us, so we will just a statement that it's forbidden, and this is the end. And I would be very happy if we could have a contact after that, and you can give me some tips how to really happen. So, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, maybe I will mention another last thing, just to say why it's more problematic at the early stage, because it's coupled with these power dynamics that are even heavier when you're a junior, and there will always be, because there's always someone more powerful, even in some other institutions, but it's very salient, especially at the beginning, and unfortunately the network is very important. So if the first contact that you have with your network is toxic, it's very difficult to address it later on. And this type of this issue also kind of come with us when we go to conferences and other environments that are even outside our department. So yeah, hopefully opening a discussion as first step will help us to learn how to navigate it further.
Okay, I will ask one more question to all of you, more from your personal experience, and then I want to leave a few minutes for a question from the audience, if there are any. So my question would be, you're all women at different stages of your academic career. If there is one thing that you would have liked to be aware of, or that you would have liked to have access to, that could have supported better your career progression or avoided the toughest challenges that you have to face, what would that be? You want to start, Alessandra?
No, I don't know. I think I wish when I... yes, maybe it's a long list, but so I wish that when I was doing my PhD, the main way of socializing with my peers was not just to go down the bar and drink a beer. Okay, so that was just the typical thing that you had to do, and if you didn't feel particularly comfortable in that environment, you ended up, let's say, staying on your own, more or less. Okay? And I think that if retrospectively, I just think I did it wrong, okay, because it took me a while to value the fact that having a network is really important. And the other thing is that I think at the beginning, it was very important that you show that you could write things on your own, and that somehow, it took me a while to think that having co-authors is an important thing, and I think that just, let's say, thinking back, it's something which would have helped me a lot, not just because sometimes you have tough moments when you are fed up with your paper and you just need some push from somebody who cares about it as much as you do, but it's just because when you work with other co-authors, it's just ideas flow, and so I think that that's another thing which I'm now trying. Let's say I'm slightly more senior, so if I can give the opportunity to my, let's say, students to just do some work together, I benefit a lot from that because I just enjoy their ideas and their enthusiasm, and maybe I just have some experience, and just I enjoy also this teamwork, if you want. And I think that in the past, economics was less of a teamwork than it is now, which is good on the one side because you work with other people, and on the other side, however, to make the team works, you need a lot of resources. Whereas, let's say, maybe at the beginning of my career, it was enough that I was just writing my applied theory model in my desk, and that was it. And so I think that the way the discipline has developed, it just has made the importance of being able to work in a team and have a valuable network more and more important over time. So that's perhaps what, I mean, I think that the list could be longer, but these are the first two things I would start from.
So from my point of view, first of all, you need to be able for asking for support from family. As a mother of two daughters, also I think the good idea to have very supportive partner. And then you need to start at the very beginning about your plan for the future. This development plan for all your career. Just from the beginning, if you think, okay, I want to do my PhD, just start to think, what will be the next step? Where you want to go? With people you want to collaborate? And don't be afraid. Write emails, ask at the conference, do networking, and yeah, I think this is the most, and also start to be independent from your supervisor as soon as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, second, all of your points. There's, I wish, I mean, I had a plan, you know, early in the career. I mean, or knew I had to have a, you know, a concrete plan, steps ahead, because I was just doing things because they were interesting to me, you know. And I think of some topic that, well, I mean, this sounds so exciting. I start working on it, collecting data, and nobody tells me, you know what? I mean, this is not going to get published in any, you know, because in any top journal, because that's not what they're interested in right now. So there are these fads and trends and certain things, certain journals publish certain things, and so to explain this process early on and this career progression, and to coach really PhD students. I don't know, maybe both male and female would benefit from that, but women have much less of a network. I mean, they seem to be, you know, focused on, well, I have to do it on my own. And in the beginning, I didn't have almost any co-authors. I was, you know, just writing my working papers. The sole author was me, and you know, that was yeah, probably a mistake. I mean, early in the career, because you have to start with some support and learn from others and how things are done. And so that's, yeah, those are, I think, the lessons that to learn the hard way, and yeah, pass it on to the future generation.
Yeah, I think for me there are two things that, they're very important. The first one is I wish I knew everything I learned during the PhD before starting, and so everything that I mentioned before about and that had been mentioned also in the room before. And that's actually why we hope with, I haven't mentioned Laura Nauzor and Alice Antun, that were also co-founder of the association. We really try to share as much as possible so that all this material reaches minorities as early as possible in their stage. And as you said, even perhaps in kindergartens, that would be amazing. And then the second thing, I think I wished to have been exposed to a more diverse faculty when I started, because there are very few women. I think when I started, there was only one, and even she was there. Even when women are there, they're not necessarily the most very visible in the department life. So in seminars, but also in department meetings, and these kind of, I realized later on that made me internalize that would have been my role in the department life if I had continued. And of course, I would have preferred more active roles. So I think that being exposed to more diverse faculty, would have been amazing. So it's very empowering to see so many active women taking stage here, and and maybe possibly find ways to compensate when it's not possible. Try to look somewhere else. But the first year is not, you're just not aware, so it's not possible.
So if I can summarize ways in which we can help early stage women, but not only, for sure, men in their early career stage would also benefit from this. Other ways to network, except peer, start earlier with co-authors, give more support to our family members, to our partner, when they're in these early, delicate stages. Maybe help to have a plan for the future, also in a strategic way, with consideration for what is going to be important, publications and so on, network, co-authorship, but also earlier independence from supervisor, and also earlier awareness of all of the obstacles that are to come, and exposure to more diversity. Thank you. I'm gonna use the last few minutes to see if there are questions from the audience.
This was a great panel. Thanks so much. I mean, I really learned a lot. But what really touched me the most was, I think, one of the first sentences that Federica said about how you are a junior, a younger person, a student, and you can't do anything. You just need to learn those rules, and you don't even know what to learn. Again, I mean, I think we're trying these 2 days to eat the cake and have the cake. So change the world without personal cost, I don't think it's possible. And I think we just need to take a leadership position and just disregard personal costs, because without that, we're not going to change anything. I mean, we can talk as much as we like, but the moment we start thinking we're too small, too minor, too unimportant, and it doesn't matter if it's age, gender, socioeconomic group, whichever criterion, which is, the moment you start thinking that, you can't change the world. You need to think the reverse to be able to do that. And I see you are doing it, so it's not in any way critical of what you're saying. I was just touched by this word, this sentence, because it was just, I mean, nobody should ever feel this way, whether or not you're a junior or a senior. But we also have to appreciate that we're not going to have a change without some people dying in the trenches. I mean, that's essentially what it's going to be. And powerful and leadership women in leadership position, hopefully some men in leadership position, are going to be indispensable for that.
Should I say so? Yeah, I just want to thank you for sharing your perspective. It's enriching to see that there are different ways to go. I think for me it was indeed important to understand, thinking was important to understand what's under my control, that I can invest energy and time to counteract and hopefully take also leadership and action. But I agree that there's the other thing of overthinking that I definitely try to avoid and just put on a side, because it just blocks and prevents action to move on. So, but thanks a lot for sharing.
I just want us to give a big hand to this panel before Alessandra leaves us. We can continue the discussion 5 more minutes, but let's just thank Alessandra and all of our panelists.
Great, thanks, thanks Maria, and thanks to the 4 excellent panelists, Alessandra and everyone else. Thank you very much for sharing these thoughts. We are coming now to the final panel of the day, and this one is going to be focused on research funding and fairness and equality in research funding. And I'm extremely thankful to the 4 panelists who agreed to join us today and discuss topics which relate to both the early stage of the career, but also to all other stages of the career. And we know that inequalities and lack of fairness are unfortunately observed at all stages. So I'll be very honored if my panelists could join us here on the stage. Eleni Hatzichristou, with a phenomenal career in astrophysics, and currently a very important role at the European Research Council. Marta Wazarowicz-Kowalik, an academic who is now responsible for allocation of funding at the Foundation for Polish Science. Jesper Roine, who is a professor at the Stockholm School of Economics and the deputy director of the Stockholm Institute of Transition Economics. And Joanna Wolszak-Derlacz from the Gdańsk University of Technology, with some extremely valuable experience at the Polish National Science Center, the institution that is the main institution for academic grant funding in Poland. And in my view at least, has made a great contribution to how science is done in Poland and how we think of conducting research in Poland, and over which there is now a lot of discussion concerning its role and funding, given the recent policies towards academic funding in Poland. What we agreed to do is to do first two brief presentations by Joanna and Eleni, and we will then take it from there and have a discussion about research funding. So if I might invite Joanna with some thoughts first.
Thank you, Michał, for organizing this conference and for invitation. I'm going to show you the result of survey that was run by the National Science Center. As Michał said, this is the agency which funds basic research. This is the pointer. Okay, so it will be the survey. There were many people involved in the survey, and a wonderful team from administration staff, also the member of the council. At that time, I was the member of the Council of National Science Center. The report you can find in the webpage. At the end, I will show you, and is divided into 6 parts. So what are the motivation of our survey? So what we notice, women are underrepresented in research grants. Already Monica told a bit about today, yes, that between 40% to 48% of grants are led by women. Of course, it depends on the discipline, and also it depends on the type of the grant. For example, so-called small grants, miniatura, there is more equal division between women and men. What we check, the success rate, and it turns out that the success rate is statistically significant lower for women than for men. National Science Center has some regulation for women, for example, extending the period of eligibility for postdocs and young researchers grants by 1.5 years per each child. But the question is it enough? Okay, because we prolong the time, but we know at the same time that usually this is the time when people are the most productive. So the woman, so is it adding 1.5 years? Is it enough? So there is a need of quality survey, quality analysis of the problem. So our task was to define the obstacles, yes, and then find the way how to deal with it. So methodology, it was online surveys, and the survey was open to all researchers from Polish institution, regardless of the career level. It was carried between July and September 2021, and the survey was prepared. There were 2 versions of the survey, one for the men, one for the women. And there were open and closed questions. Altogether, we get back almost 6,000 of the respondents, 64% from females and 36% from men. I will show you now just the main conclusion from the survey. So National Science Center is also interested how to promote international calls, not only the domestic calls. It turned out that men and women apply to research funds under domestic loans equally, but the submission rates under international calls is very, very low. Respondents of both genders express a similar level of interest in taking the role of the principal investigator, but more men than women actually have an experience in this position. Women are much more likely than men to have a low opinion of their research records and doubt that they can acquire research funding. Here you see the graph showing why you do not apply for international grant. And the red one are women and the gray one are men's. And for men's, the biggest share is no time. 55% of the men says that they have not enough time because of some other commitments. But as you can see for women, next two bars, I don't know if I have the pointer. Okay, never mind. Okay, and they are connected with the low opinion about their research, about not believing in themselves. Next, more frequently women then feel the need to seek support in terms of childcare or family situation, both in their immediate academic environment and large research institution. And what is striking, women are usually regard the close institution and those where they work to provide the systematic help, like kindergarten and others. Female respondents reported having experienced gender discrimination in their academia environment, such as more frequently than men. They were also more likely to report gender equality violation at their home institution. And it's very striking, 50% of women said that they report or they witnesses the gender equality violation. So it's really, it was really striking for us and the very huge number. More often than men, female respondents also say they struggle to strike a work-life balance and report feeling guilty about spending more hours on work. More women than men report that their parental leave have adversely affected their academic career. And finally, the final part of the survey was dedicated to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we see that COVID-19 impacted women and men differently. Here you see access of research efficiency during the COVID-19 and reasons for decreasing performance. And for women, the biggest share was for additional family responsibilities, especially when the kindergarten and schools were closed. At my home, it impacted differently. My husband, who doesn't work in academia, he was very happy about online work. Maybe he is more organized than I am. And in my case, I had, when I was doing all needed things during the day, for the research time was during the night. Okay, it was, we remember these times. Here, the last slide about one thing: women are more frequently asked about their family plans during formal job interviews. As you can see here, almost 40% of women says that during the interview, they were asked about the family plans, 20% of men's. And last month, I had a dispute with the head of the doctoral school at my home university. I'm from Gdańsk University of Technology, so Polytechnic. And he said that during the interview for PhD candidate, you have to ask about the family plans. And I said, what? We have a gender equality plan and so on, so it is prohibited. And he said, no, because then we are going to have problems so it exists. Either we have the law or we should have some standards, but still it exists. Okay, so it was very quick. You can find the whole report online. Thank you very much.
All right, so I hope I know how to move this about. So thank you very much for being here, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here to meet all of you and listen to all these wonderful and very, very, very interesting discussions and presentations. So since I'm a data person, I would like to introduce my contribution today with some data points so that you have in mind what is going on. I'm Eleni Hadjichristou. I'm working at the European Research Council Executive Agency. So I'm part of Unit A1. Fortunately, we're not deciding or having any power about funding decisions, but we're actually supporting the Scientific Council, and my role is research policy analyst, which means that we are assessing the impact of ERC funding of research, and we are constantly monitoring various aspects. So impact on gender, impact on careers, impact on excellence of science, and so on and so forth. So this is very much actually part of what we are doing. Okay, I'll find out. No, I haven't. I'm having the fate of Alexandra, I'm afraid. What am I doing wrong? Go ahead. Yeah, I was just upside down, yeah, okay, good. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so we start from the basic assumption, obviously, that all people, independently of gender, are equally able to perform research. So from that point on, you will see, I will explain that all ERC processes have been carefully designed from the very beginning to ensure equal opportunities, in this particular case, for scientists of all genders. Now, obviously, nothing is perfect, and from the beginning, you cannot know all the facts that affect these issues. So that's why ERC has been improving, actually, on applying new measures. You see, I need help, but now you can't hear me, can you? So you have to decide which way you want to go. Okay, so I will just explain some of these measures that have been taken, and most importantly, the impact that they already had. Then there has been, since 2008, as I'm saying here, the formation of a dedicated working group of gender issues within ERC. And then further on, since the 7th Framework Program, we have established a gender equality plan, which was endorsed by the Scientific Council and later on has been regularly updated. And I will just mention a couple of things about that later on. Okay, so if you ask what are the gender dimensions that ERC is addressing, well, it's all over the place, starting from the membership of the Scientific Council and the governance. The applicants, obviously, the successful applicants, which means the grantees, the teams that each ERC grantee is forming to conduct the research that has been funded, the evaluation panel members, and obviously the European Research Council Executive Agency staff, us. So just to make the point, in case you don't have directly in mind what kind of grant schemes we are funding, I will just cover 3 types, starting, consolidator, and advanced grants, because these are PI-led, so person-led, let's say. And so you can see immediately that starting grants are actually addressed to younger researchers in terms of scientific career age. And there is an eligibility window that is inevitably going with that. So you see that you can apply for these grants only up to 7 years after PhD. That's important, that's why I'm saying that. When you go to consolidator grants, a step further to consolidate already excellent research, then you go up to 7 to 12 years eligibility after PhD. And when you go to advanced grants, there is no more this eligibility window in terms of time after PhD, but you are judged, among other things, most importantly, about your scientific research track record of the last 10 years, okay? Keep in mind these numbers, I'm coming back. Okay, now I'm not sure how much of this you can see. I can't actually, so my eyes are not perfect, or rather, there's not enough light, as we say. So what I'm inviting you to see, maybe not in details, let's say we have 3 aspects to deal here with. The first aspect is what I mentioned as eligibility window. So it is fine to have 2 to 7 years for a starting grant, unless you happen to be a parent, in which case you have a career break. What do you do about that? So what ERC has been doing about that is actually extending this eligibility window. And as you can see, it originally extended it to 12 months. Later on, it went up to 18 months with a maximum of 4.5 years, this covering 3 children maximum, okay? And then later on, you see that we dropped completely this maximum. So you can get an extension of this eligibility criterion as much as you can prove that you use that for maternity purposes. For paternity, it's slightly different issues. You don't have this, by definition, 12 or 18 months originally, and then no more limits. But you can have extended your eligibility as long as you can prove that you have been absent from your research duties for paternity reasons for as long as you have been absent, 6 months, 6 months, 7, okay? You have to prove this. Now, so this is one aspect which deals with this child, with actually getting children, yeah? This maternity or paternity issue, especially maternity. Now, childcare is an issue on top of that. So as you can see there, ERC has also been later on taking care of this as well. So childcare, for instance, can be reimbursed as long as you can prove that these are expenses related to childcare. And most importantly, as long as your host institution has put policies in place to support such a thing. In other words, not only you encourage researchers, especially women, to apply for ERC because you tell them that not only you are eligible longer, but your childcare expenses can be partly covered, but also you encourage these people, these applicants, to find host institutions which actually employ this kind of have this gender equality plan already in their institutions. In other words, in a way, you encourage institutions to implement such plans if they don't have them, so that they can attract ERC grants. Okay, so you play at different levels. Another very important aspect here is that what we have been discussing times and times again since yesterday, which is implicit bias, which sometimes women themselves have in the way they present themselves. Remember, we heard a lot talking about that. And also how they construct their CV and how the CV is read and evaluated by male and female evaluators. So ERC has established, as you can see since 2014, a model CV template. So questions are outlined there in the most gender, how to say that, insensitive way. So you can describe your career in a way that is less and less affected by your gender dimension or your implicit bias yourself or how to present yourself. Very importantly as well, the track record. So you remember I said that advanced grants require that you prove your track record of the last 10 years, which is extended according again to maternity leave. But instead of trying to be, instead of judging in the total track record, which is number of publications among other things, and obviously when you have a career gap, then obviously you have less publications. So ERC now is not requesting that anymore. It's requesting that you have, for instance, for starting grants, applicants have to explain and give information about their 5 best publications. They choose which ones. And that's what they are judged upon, not the total number of publications. This for consolidator grants is, for instance, 10, up to 10, up to 5, up to 10, it can be less, okay? And for advanced grants, it's a bit more, it's 10 publications plus 3 monographs plus patents, etc., if it applies. And finally, another aspect, another dimension is the implicit bias I mentioned also during a question, or explicit sometimes, of the evaluators. So in one hand, you encourage with these policies applicants, you ensure gender balance as much as is possible, but what about the evaluators? Okay, so there we have started implementing, you can see how this evolved since 2016, training about unconscious bias every single time before each call evaluation is starting, to panel members, to chairs of panel members, to scientific officers who are actually dealing with or the organization of this evaluation process every single time, and to members of the scientific council and of the management and members of the staff as well, us. So at all levels, we try to constantly raise the issues of unconscious bias. Everybody working at ERC has to be conscious about that times and times again. Okay. Now, I'm just going to go fast. And there is one more aspect, which I will mention in a moment, which is related to, well, let me mention it at the end so I don't waste too much of your time. So here are some results that show whether these policies have worked over the years or not. What you see here is the participation of women by call. So FP7, the earliest call since the existence of ERC, I mean here. Then Horizon 2020, and just examples of the 21, 22 calls of Horizon Europe, which is relatively new. So what you have here is the participation of women, okay, the percentage of participation of women in 3 different levels, which is applicants, successful applicants, grantees, and panel members, as I mentioned before. We can go to that in detail at some other moment. What you see down on the x-axis is starting consolidator at advanced grant. So you can see how this changes, okay? And one thing to take away is that, let me put the next overhead here, okay? The take-home message is that when you move from the Horizon 2020 on, so 2014 on, you can see that the participation has tremendously increased, in particular in starting grants, compared to what it was before, and it keeps increasing, okay? So that's the first takeaway message. That we can discuss if questions arise. Here it's by domain, so 3 domains: life sciences, medical health, etc., physics and engineering, and social sciences and humanities. So here you see again the percentage of women and the well-known pattern that less women in physics and engineering, more in science and humanities. What is more important though is to check the success rate, okay? So again, 3 years, 3 different sort of framework programs, okay? What you see, it's tremendously important, is that whereas in the beginning, the success rate of women was always lower than that of men. So women now it's on the left-hand side, men on the right-hand side for different schemes, okay? From 2014 on, they almost equal the success rate of men, and in some cases, they're actually getting better than men in their success. So we managed to reverse, okay, the success rate of women. And this is your takeaway message here. And if you see it by domain, remember I told you that women do not apply much in physics and engineering, but when they do, you can see that here, their success rate now became better than that of men, which is a tremendous result. So it looks that over time, accumulated all these measures that I mentioned and awareness seem to already have an impact, okay, in both the amount of women applicants and in particular on their success. I'm not going to mention any of these gender equality plans. If you want, we can discuss that. This is the child caring cost I mentioned before. And the last thing I want to say here is that another aspect, and the last one, so here you see the take-home messages I already mentioned, is encouraging women, because if you want, the remaining strong challenge for ERC is to actually target women who are qualified enough but still don't apply for ERC because the low percentage of applicants, female applicants, still remains the case. It's not something that we can control because this has to do with all the other issues we mentioned before: education, family, society, etc. But what ERC can do is when you actually find out your audience, you have to encourage them to apply. So that's why, among other things, the Gender Equality Plan 2021-2027 has employed the notion of ERC ambassadors, which are members of scientific council, but also grantees. So you actually want to employ this kind of ambassadors of ERC to go out in their respective fields and countries and encourage women who are out there who are eligible to apply. And this is, I think, one of the challenges for the next framework program. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the two introductory presentations. They complement each other very nicely, not only by first outlining the challenges and then showing how policies can address them, but they also complement each other because part of the design of the National Science Center has been with the ERC process in mind and the ERC model in mind, and the policies have been designed to encourage, to give some experience to Polish researchers, and then to encourage them to apply further and go for the big challenge of the ERCs. And it's really nice that you touched upon various potential solutions and the evaluations that you've been doing. If I may, I will start with Jesper, because it is, I think, in Sweden where this idea of serious evaluation of research grants started. And that's it's a country where the policies and the attempts to consider the equality challenge was started. And if you could give us some introduction to that and what happened in Sweden, that would be a good continuation, I think.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so thanks a lot for the introductory remarks, very interesting. So when listening to especially what the ERC is doing, it sounds there are a lot of parallels to what's been going on in the Swedish context for the past 10 years. Many of those policies seem to be very similar what we're trying to do. But so the background story, which I'm not sure whether Sweden was first with this. I noted in Carlo's presentation before that Sweden was certainly not a role model country in terms of women in academia. It's often portrayed as this country where everything's always been both equal in society in general, which I know from my research is not true. Sweden was super unequal like 100 years ago in societal terms. But also in gender equality terms, it's not always been, you know, a beacon of light. And this is especially true in academia, or was in the 90s, when two women who are now somewhat famous internationally, but certainly very famous in Sweden, Kristin Wennerås and Agnes Wold are their names. They published a paper in Nature in 1997. And it's a nice story because I think it points to a number of lessons, which I think also nicely captures what we're trying to do over these 2 days in terms of bridging research and policy. So what Agnes Wold and Kristin Wennerås did was that they were junior academics in medicine in the early 90s, and they got upset because the first stage when going from the PhD program to becoming a researcher was applying for grants. So you needed funding for your research. And they noticed that and this is sadly enough, it was the magnitude of the blatant discrimination that made it possible for them to start this, because it was so obvious that, you know, they just back of the envelope calculations showed them that
this cannot be right. You know, there must be something dodgy going on here. So they started to collect on their free time. You know, they did their usual research in daytime, and they started collecting then the publication records for all people they saw got grants, and they talked to everyone they knew who had applied for grants, and they started to count basically publications. And their rough estimates to begin with was that women needed approximately 3 additional top 5, or the equivalent of economics top 5, sort of Nature Science, that level of New England Journal of Medicine, that level of publications, or up to 20 additional sort of A+ publications to be judged on an equal basis. So at this point, it was not, this was not sort of final research, but they went with this and said, we want to see the application files. And the board basically got back and said, no, this is confidential. It's very important that this process be confidential. So there was backlash in that. But then they managed to use, Sweden has particular legislation when it comes to records and what the public is allowed to demand. As soon as government money is being used for something, then the public is allowed to see sort of underlying documents. And they basically took this board to the courts, and that way they got the underlying scores. And so from the scores, it was clear that, yes, the people that got the grants, the men, received higher grades on this marking. But it was also true that, you know, based on the publication records, men were not as good. You know, the women needed to be a lot better. And so this was then published in Nature, their final research, and this led to massive uproar, and this whole board was dismantled, and the whole process of how research grants were given in Sweden was totally overhauled. And ever since, there's been very conscious sort of work in the direction of addressing all sorts of problems here. And so what is it that this process shows? Well, it shows many things, but first of all, it shows that, you know, like with many things, there's nothing that changed the world like, you know, dedicated individuals who want to change things, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that there's backlash. You know, this is not, it did not happen without resistance. And the third thing is that there was a stage at which there was quantitative evidence, I put, you know, evidence in quotation marks, that the men who got the grants were better. But the problem was that these were a combination of, you know, the sort of objective scoring rules and subjective things. And this is funny because this reminds me of what Alessandra's work is, you know, how do we portray men and women differently? And also, I talked to Marike in the break. She told me about this interesting research where junior men and women in business were judged. And it was very similar to what Alessandra finds in science, that women often are seen as hardworking, and they got that kind of, but men, and this was the key word that Marike told me about, they show potential. So this is a very vague thing, right? But so you could score very high. You can score people very high on potential, right? So it was across these kinds of dimensions that men then received higher marks. So yeah, these are some pointers in terms of, you know, how to think about the process and what to think of. And then just connecting just briefly to the ERC process. There are many things in what you said that are also worked with a lot in Sweden, which have to do with, well, first of all, demand that all the data is transparent. To the extent that we can measure things, we should. right? But then also continue nagging about this thing, about that we all, we all have biases, both men and women, and we're all also using our sort of thinking strategically. So we not only do we have biases, but we sometimes try to work around those biases by, signaling things based on what we think somebody else thinks of us, etc. And it becomes a web of, very complicated to see through. And the one way which I don't know how to solve this, right? But one way I'm sure of that we need to work with is just keep discussing this, keep sort of raising the issue and just acknowledge that this is an issue, right? And then if we do that in all these processes and committees, we just have a point on the schedule demanding that now we talk about this. What kinds of biases could we possibly be having here? That I think is an important.
Yes, in the end, in the evaluation processes at all institutions, I guess, there is the expert panel that meets, and it's not meeting just to count the points, it's meeting to count the points and somehow give them weights, one way or the other, or, evaluate the potential, so to speak. So it is a really valid point that we need to think of where at the stage, which is the expert stage of evaluation, the potential and lack of fairness might show up. If I may, I will now turn to Marta. The Foundation for Polish Science is a private institution, and that comes with advantages and of course some disadvantages. But I guess the advantage is that you have more freedom in designing the process of how you allocate grants and decide the criteria that you take into account, deciding who is involved, etc. How does that? What has been your approach, or the institutional approach, towards eliminating lack of fairness and eliminating inequality? Along the gender dimension and other dimensions as well, I guess.
First of all, unfortunately, that's true that we are being a non-profit organization, which used to give us a lot of flexibility. But for many years now, we are spending mostly governmental money. I mean, not public money. It's coming from EU structural funds and Polish government, which makes it, which is a huge limitation on our flexibility. Nonetheless, we are trying our best to evaluate our activity and draw lessons from it and improve. So, sorry, I'll use my notes because I don't trust my brain after so many hours of listening to so many presentations. So, we have noticed, obviously, as many other funding agencies, the discrepancy between the numbers and the representation of men and women among our laureates, our grantees. And the gap is growing with consecutive career level. But this is only part, we also analyze how much of it is the problem of success rate, and success rates are not that different. They are somehow different. It's about 13% for women and then 17% for men, so it is different. But the main difference lies in the number of applications we get from men and from women. And now what we were trying to do about this is interesting. I've been with the foundation for 15 years, and I think that at the beginning, as I remember it now, we obviously noticed the problem of this gap, but we sort of took it as a natural phenomenon in science. So we thought, oh, okay, this is not fair, but surely we do not do anything to discriminate about women. So it's just how research works. And that has changed a lot in recent years, and this is a good thing, obviously. So So now we are trying to be proactive. And what we are doing. First, we have had dedicated programs that offered grants to young, usually young, but female researchers that were coming back to research after a career break related to motherhood. Actually, the program was not addressed to women, and was not only about motherhood. It was addressed to both parents, but men had to prove that they took a break formally. And I think we had just 2 maybe candidates, male candidates. Mostly women who participated in this program. And we were very satisfied with the results because when we evaluated the program, it obviously helped the career progress of women when they could get a grant and start doing the independent research after a break, sort of. But then we noticed that actually, because we have used the traditional concept of assessment in the application, in the competition, that the women who succeeded happened to be women who did not really have the career break, who for different reasons managed to publish actively, even having the small children. This is due to, for example, the support from their family, they got from their partners, or their own determination. And because, it's coming back to your question about being a non-profit organization, because we are not big, and our motto is just to support the best. So we are very selective. And we decided that actually this kind of activity should be taken up by bigger bodies who would be able to support bigger number of women, because if we concentrate on choosing the best ones happen to be those who don't have the career break, if I make myself clear. So this is one thing, but still, it proved that the research career is very much dependent on grants. So giving grants to women helps a lot. The other thing we tried to focus on was increasing the number of women among our panelists and experts who nominate candidates, because in some of our program, well, there's one program like that, but it's very prestigious, we have candidates are nominated. So we looked at the representation of women among those experts and panelists, and we tried very hard to increase the representation, and we managed to do it, but then we noticed that it does not translate into success of women candidates. This is something we already talked about. Still, we believe this is a right way to go, because it helps to make female experts more visible. So we still are trying to have them fairly represented among our experts, even if it does not mean a bigger success rate for women. Another thing we tried to do is language analysis of we tried to think how we communicate about our programs, whether we don't use some kind of discriminatory language that could discourage some people from applying. This is a very difficult thing in Polish language, as Polish speakers know, because of the language is not gender neutral. So the more important probably thing is we looked at our assessment process. So we looked at criteria, age eligibility limits, and criteria, how we formulate the criteria. Whether they are not discriminatory, like the publication record. That we want publication record to be treated in a way that allows for different dynamics of the career. working with, as again, instructions for reviewers, including unconscious bias recently, discussions before panels, in signaling to the panelists that it's important for us, that we care about it, and so should they. We also take part in discussions about different modes of research assessment, like the discussion that are taking place in Science Europe or COARA, or among private foundations, about different approaches that would allow for contextualization of assessment. Now, again, we cannot be very innovative here because of the public money we spend, so we have to be pretty conservative, but we are looking very closely of what's going on and what it would be possible for us to implement. And what else? And mentoring. Again, this is something we used to do. We had programs like mentoring and coaching for young researchers, and then we noticed that we had many women interested in this mentoring or coaching. And when they explained the reasons, because when they applied, they had to explain the reasons why they want to use it, they were saying, well, now I used to be a postdoc, now I'm going to be a team leader, and I'm really afraid of, of this new role and how I'm going to manage. So that proved to be very useful, and we are looking for opportunities to continue with mentoring, with workshops for female researchers and young researchers. I'm not sure how long I can.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would like to return to some data and statistics from the National Science Center, or your impression. You mentioned that at the lower grade of competitions, the miniatura calls, there's pretty much equal success rate. So from that, I gather that once we start looking further at more prestigious calls and competitions, the leaky pipeline, in some sense, begins to open up. Has there been any at your time in the council, has there been any discussion of potential policies, how the NCN could address that, and what was what are your opinions in terms of what's causing this growing gap?
Yes, so when I was a member of the council, there was a lot of discussion about gender equality, okay, but I have some doubts, for example, whether the quotas should be introduced or not. There are some women that say that it's not fair, they don't want to have the privilege because of the quotas, they want to get the grant just as the same way, not because they are women, but because they are the best. And one thing that I forgot to tell when I was presenting, there was a lot of discussion also in media about the award that is given by National Science Center to the young scholars in 3 disciplines, and there is a big women are underrepresented, and there was even a discussion in the media. And I think that when you are talking that if the more prestigious grants are granted, it's similar way than when we look at the career of the average, when we look at the dispersion between women and men at the career levels. We also had discussion about the members of the panelists which evaluate, and we done one study also dedicated to see whether, as you said, that more women in the panel doesn't mean bigger success of females. It doesn't. Okay, so this is that we also discuss this, maybe this queen bee syndrome.
Thanks. Mentoring has come up a lot in the discussions over the last 2 days, and support, in particular in the early stages of the career. But I guess, you know, if the system of awarding the grants changes, then, you know, mentoring could be helpful at all stages of career. And I was wondering if any of the institutions that you are involved with has considered offering mentoring support in writing grants. The way the grants are written as an evaluator, even with the same sort of objective content and background, the way they are written matters. And I wonder if that sort of initiative has been considered, or if not, well, why? Eleni?
Yes, so indeed, I think mentoring is important, and then I will mention another aspect of mentoring as well, which I think is important rather than just technicalities about how to write proposals or how to defend yourself in an interview. I do think mentoring is very important, in particular when you consider not only gender inequalities, but for instance, at least for ERC, but I think it's more general, inequalities related, for instance, to different parts of the world, so different parts of Europe in this case, or English or non-English speakers. These make tremendous differences when you write your application and when you hold your interview, which is just so important for the final decision. So yes, mentoring in the sense of helping applicants, potential grantees, to better write their proposals, defend their research, both in writing and then in interviews, is very important. But at least for ERC, you should know that in every country you have a national office, let's say, of ERC. So you have representatives, locals, whose job is actually to do exactly that, to inform the national pool of potential applicants about what ERC is doing, the policies, what proposals, what calls, how to apply, and so on and so forth. And as far as I know, in many countries, I don't think much in Greece, but in countries where universities, big universities can afford that, like when I was in France, each big university has actually a team which is meant to just do this. So to support potential ERC applicants at all the levels. They even rehearse interviews and so on and so forth, because obviously getting an ERC grant is a prestigious thing, so every university would like to have some. So yes, this has been happening, not directly through ERC, let's say, but in the sense of, I just mentioned, through representative offices and then from universities. One other aspect of not so much mentoring, but personally, as Eleni thinks is extremely important, is the role models. Many people have mentioned role modeling at all levels, from high school. Somebody actually said that, I think it was in the movie, that the first person that, I mean, if somebody, for instance, wants to enroll in physics, let's say, the first actual person, teacher that you professor that you meet can have a deep impact on whether you're going to have a later career in this field or not. So I think it's very impactful, but even for young researchers or even mature researchers like ERC is addressed to, role modeling is extremely important. And that's why this idea of ambassadors came up. I think you really need to show, for instance, from the point of view of women, that a woman with a family, even single motherhood, can be, is not an obstacle in doing successful research. And I think this should be mentioned times and times again. And just to make one comment, I have been writing some issues that were mentioned. I heard that there was a final conclusion that the best ones, the excellence, comes from those who did not have career breaks. I think that's a very dangerous statement, for one, because it actually encourages, let's say, or discourages, I should say, excellent researchers to not have families, because then no more excellence for them. I think this is wrong. This is exactly the wrong message, and we should exactly transmit the opposite message in all possible ways. And I would just say that the established criteria for ERC when they judge on the PI. They judge on scientific excellence, that's a sole criterion, and on the PI, and you judge on three things: intellectual capacity, creativity, and commitment. You don't judge, for instance, on other issues, as we mentioned before, hardworking or potential. So none of these three aspects are really affected at all by career breaks. Okay.
Any comments on those?
If I may, because I'm not sure I made myself clear. It's not that we think that the best researchers are not those who had no career breaks. It was the result of the assessment process. So we noticed that even when we communicate directly to the researchers who are in the panel, because those applications were assessed by other researchers, women as well also. And when we communicated directly that this is the purpose, that this is the specific purpose of the program, they still tend to think, at least they did a couple of years ago, along the same lines, so publications. Also, it's not easy to assess potential and achievements of a very young researcher, because then you have PhD thesis, which is done usually together with your supervisor. So it's easier to discount this career break when you have a more mature researcher, and you can see how much the person has done by herself. And then when you have a person who is 32 years old, it's difficult because there's not much done apart from PhD.
Thank you. We will be coming to an end very soon. So I just want to ask if there are any questions from the floor to the panelists. There's one over there.
Yeah, so I just want to respond a little bit on the suggestion that in ERC potential is not judged. I think in terms of research projects, this is typically what they do judge. And so it's the potential of the researchers. It's just a different way to formulate the same question. In a professional career, it would be the potential for being a good leader. And in our case, it's the potential to have a great research agenda.
Sure. Yeah. Of course. I didn't mean that. It's just referring to this sort of arbitrariness of evaluation of some vague concept. But I agree. I mean, the entire proposal is essentially a potential for research and scientific success. So that's certainly the case. Any final thoughts and comments from the panel?
Just someone said it during this conference, and this is something that strikes me when we are analyzing the careers of our laureates, is the cost of success. So we can measure the success of women and we can be proud of them. But on the other hand, when you interview women or when you do surveys like yours and you have this feeling of guilt always there, you realize how much more difficult, it is to achieve the same things. And I still don't know how to address this.
Go ahead.
Just one more thing we didn't mention, actually it was mentioned before, is that I was asked yesterday by some colleagues talking here why ERC does not imply the double-blind process, etc. I think that in general, this kind of process of evaluation is masking the problem, obviously, instead of solving it. But most importantly, I think that evaluators should be accountable about their decisions and how they reach them. We heard actually a very nice story about what happened in Sweden. They were lucky because in many institutes you discover these issues, but still, they persist. But I think, at least for ERC, and I think maybe that's a good idea too for other agencies, the applicants have the right with their applications to nominate up to 3 names that they wouldn't like them to be among the panel members or the external evaluators that they would judge their. Of course, they have to give reasons for that. The reasons have to be in terms of conflict of interest or of scientific aggressivity, so to speak. But if these are well documented, these are taken into account. So I think that's another issue to counteract possible problems during evaluation.
Joanna, last point.
I just want to say that thanks to the survey that I was involved in, what is very important and we talk about today is the awareness. It opened my eyes on many aspects. As me from the Technical University, I just took some behavior as granted. And just to underline that 50%, so the survey is not very optimistic. We have also open questions, and 50% of women said that they met or they witness the discrimination or violence.
Yes, so we've heard a lot of stories which show the sort of negative side of our communities and the communities that we're working with. There's one more question. Okay.
I wonder if there is any, let's say, perfect gender quota. For example, should it be 50-50% when it's no longer considered a problem?
If we should have head towards having a quota, you say?
Yes.
Any views on the? We've shared some views on the quotas. Any comments? You're against. I guess. Well, there's some evaluation of quotas in academia, quotas in terms of membership on panels and so on, which with various results. I guess the discussion will continue, and different examples of applications or criticism will show up. I'll just want to finish Joanna's sad conclusion that we do continue to unfortunately live in environments which tend to be hostile, which have various problems which need to be, in my view, completely excluded, and in environments where there's microaggression, as we discussed earlier, where there are different examples of discrimination. But the positive message is that in terms of the success and academic progress of the best in the fields, there are examples of good solutions and institutional approaches, and the ERC example, I guess, is really one excellent illustration. These tend to work. And your survey and a lot of examples we've heard over the last 2 days show that more better data will help us identify the problems. And if we identify them, we might think of potential solutions. And we know that many of these solutions and institutional approaches actually work. So there's some positive message, and I would like to end on that. Wish you all academic and personal success and the ability to manage the two spheres of life. Thank you very much to the panelists. Please join me in a... And thanks to all who contributed to during these 2 days. We've had a lot of excellent discussions, evidence, and suggestions for solutions. Let's hope these effective solutions can be applied in many areas and dimensions. And the discussion will go on. The attempts to solve our challenges will go on. And I hope we can move towards a more equal and fairer playing field in academia, where everyone feels welcome, appreciated, and reaches the maximum of his or her potential. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks to all those who joined us online. Have a lovely evening, and thanks for coming to Warsaw. Thank you.